Hi, I'm T1J. So I think Tina Fey is one of the funniest people on the planet. Whether I'm watching one of her sitcoms or even just an interview on a late night talk show, I'm usually either laughing out loud or grinning with delight at how clever she is. And I also think she's an important figure who has played a significant role in increasing the visibility of women in comedy. But as we've learned over and over again, especially recently, even those we admire most are not immune to scrutiny and criticism. So that said, have you ever noticed just how often Tina Fey uses racial humor in her work? It's kind of awkward. So you may have heard about the controversy surrounding The Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt, a show that Tina Fey co-created. It contains a bizarre plotline about a Native American woman named Jacqueline, played by Jane Krakowski, who abandons her family to live her dream of being an upper-class white woman. Now, I actually think that's kind of a funny premise. Her full name is Jacqueline White, which is hilarious. And the show definitely doesn't attempt to make the audience sympathize with this character, at least at first. Jacqueline is kind of an asshole and her life is in complete disarray, I guess implying that the life of a high-class white woman isn't always what it's cracked up to be.
White people, am I right?
But it still seems like a very weird story arc to be in a sitcom in 2016 when the first season of Kimmy Schmidt was released on Netflix. And I can understand why some people might have been uncomfortable with it, if not outright offended by it. In addition to the confusing Native American subplot, the Vietnamese character Dong Nguyen is introduced as a romantic interest for Kimmy. And male Asian love interests are rare in American TV and movies, so the show deserves praise for that. But the character itself is kind of a bland stereotype. And the list goes on. Racial commentary is a huge part of The Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt. Even the theme song is a reference to all those clips of bizarre news interviews with poor black people that were going viral a few years ago. But this is by no means the only time Tina Fey has tackled race in her work. In fact, she seems to pretty much be obsessed with it. During her time as a writer for Saturday Night Live, she often infused racial commentary into the sketches she wrote.
And that's when I reached for Excedrin. New Excedrin for racial tension headaches.
It's even in Mean Girls, one of the earliest Tina Fey creations to gain a lot of traction.
So if you're from Africa, why are you white?
But I first noticed this trend on her show 30 Rock, which one might argue is, at least thus far, her magnum opus. If you don't know, 30 Rock is a sitcom about the behind-the-scenes happenings at a fictional sketch comedy show called TGS with Tracy Jordan. Tina Fey plays Liz Lemon, the head writer of the show, and she's joined by her boss Jack, a confident and clean-cut executive, as well as Tracy and Jenna, the eccentric stars of her show, among others. 30 Rock is a hilarious show with brilliant performances of masterfully conceived characters. I think it's one of the best sitcoms ever. It also has an unexpectedly high amount of race-related humor, usually with regard to black people. And I don't know, I guess I just think that's weird for some liberal white woman to feel comfortable making a show where that happens.
You realize this is incredibly offensive.
Yes.
Tina Fey was actually born and raised in Upper Darby, Pennsylvania, which, according to the internet, is notably diverse when it comes to race, with about 45% of the population being non-white. I'm not sure what the percentages exactly were when Fey was there, but it's likely that she interacted with and befriended black folks and people of other races as she was growing up. This could explain why she might feel more comfortable than your average white lady talking about race. And I think it's important for white people with platforms of any size to figure out ways to talk to other white people about race and racism. Because unfortunately, a lot of them just aren't ready to listen to actual people of color. And the people who create media play a big role in that. And to be fair, in 30 Rock and other Tina Fey creations, a lot of the jokes are pretty obvious commentaries on racism. That's one of the great things about fictional satire. You have a flawed character say or do something stupid just to demonstrate to the audience how stupid it actually is.
Listen to yourself, Pete. I don't want to sound racist, but that Peter Pocket might be a terrorist. Does that sound racist?
There are two main black characters on 30 Rock. The first is Tracy Jordan, who is an irresponsible and arguably insane dimwit with too much money. He's generally a menace to Liz and all of his other coworkers, and he's portrayed as an unfaithful husband and neglectful father. His character is clearly meant to be a parody of extravagant black celebrities that white people often perceive as unsophisticated, like certain rappers, actors, and athletes. The other main black character is James Spurlock, a writer on TGS whom everybody calls Twofer, because, to quote Jack, with him you get a 2-for-1. He's a black guy and a Harvard guy. It's implied by Twofer's reaction to this that he didn't choose this name and may not even be very fond of it, which I think is a subtle commentary on how black people often have to bite the bullet and stomach casual racism in the workplace. Twofer is portrayed as a well-spoken black intellectual who is often frustrated by Tracy's antics because he thinks they make black people look bad. Now, while these tropes are not pulled from thin air, people like the uneducated celebrity and the snobby intellectual exist within the black community. They are nonetheless stereotypes. And making a character a racial stereotype isn't a problem if you're going to provide commentary on it. But in general, 30 Rock doesn't really do this. I think these characters are the way they are just because Tina Fey thinks it's funny. And to be fair, it is funny. But it's hard not to perceive these characters as simply making fun of black people. And this is emphasized when you take a look at some of the non-white characters that aren't series regulars. And that's the thing, a lot of the racial humor on 30 Rock isn't really social commentary. It's just like black jokes.
Kenneth tells me that you started your own movie studio this summer.
Yes, I'm sort of the black Tyler Perry.
Oh my God, I didn't use the N-word, did I?
Oh, no, Miss Murray, you did not.
Oh, good. I mean, I never would.
Jenna, take the mic off because you're always late and you take no responsibility for your actions.
Irregardless, you know what? Race card. Don't accept it.
I think you and me are gonna make a great team.
Oh, you looking for a sassy black friend?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Well, you got one now, girlfriend. Gone.
We never would have stooped so low on Black Fraser.
Black Fraser?
Niles, this Beaujolais is impeccable. It's both fruity and precocious.
Now, in response to criticism of Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt, Tina Fey said that her new goal is, quote, not to explain jokes, unquote. And I understand that. If you have to explain a joke, then it's probably not a very good joke. But just for the purpose of this video, I'll explain that Black Fraser joke. It's funny because they're black. Same thing with the characters Grizz and .com. It's funny because they're black, and you wouldn't expect big black dudes to be intelligent and sensitive. Now, of course, subverting our racial prejudices is part of how media can combat racism. So characters like Grizz and .com could be perceived as progressive.
Grizz.com, thank you for pretending to be bouncers.
Maybe someday we'll live in a world where you ask us to pretend to be scientists.
But there's a line where subverting prejudices as a form of commentary crosses over into exploiting prejudices just for a laugh.
I just need to catch up with this guy before he gets on a plane to Cleveland.
That's sort of a cliche.
You're sort of a cliche.
30 Rock and much of Tina Fey's work in general constantly teeters this line. So if I may quote Lindsay Ellis, I'm not really saying thing bad. I'm merely saying thing exists, and it's worth thinking about. It's complicated. I just think it's interesting and weird. And of course, Tina Fey addresses topics other than race. In fact, she's probably more well known for subverting preconceptions about the roles and behaviors of women in our society. But that, makes sense. That's her lane.
Okay, you know what? I get it. I shouldn't be here.
A lot of media created by black people itself reinforces negative stereotypes about black people. And while the twofers of the world may find it off-putting, usually the black community embraces it because even considering the negative stereotypes, we can sometimes still relate more to a barbershop than a Sex and the City. But when white people start writing black characters, things can feel really inauthentic. At worst, the characters are absurd cartoon versions of how white people think black folks behave. But sometimes they take the safe route, placing the characters in some kind of post-racial dream world where racism is not a daily issue and skin color is rarely, if ever, acknowledged. This is fine, but just not real. So Tina Fey and her writing teams deserve some credit for confronting race head-on and not pretending that racism doesn't exist. And they also deserve credit for at least making an effort to create and write interesting and funny characters of color who aren't just cartoonish tokens. for the most part, and allowing the actors to add authentic flavor to their performances. There's no doubt that people of color were consulted for some of these jokes. A lot of people point out that Donald Glover, a black man, was a writer on 30 Rock, which is true, but he was like the only one. All that said, it's still a bit awkward to me that Tina Fey has decided that she has the privilege of addressing race so frequently, even to the extent that it may reinforce negative perceptions of people of color. I've always said that comedians, given the choice between something that's morally responsible and something that's funny, will almost always choose the latter. And for the record, I think that's fine. Make your art the way you want it to be. It's just kind of disappointing sometimes, I guess. As for whether Tina Fey is guilty of this, I guess that's up to each person to decide. And as I've said, I love Tina Fey, so obviously her work hasn't completely alienated me.
And yet I hope that, like Mark Twain, 100 years from now, people will see my work and think, wow, that is actually pretty racist.
Tina, I guess we'll see. That's just me though. What do you think? According to a Gallup poll, George W. Bush's average approval rating during his second term as President of the United States was an unsightly 37%, and it fell to as low as 25% near the end of his term. Riding the wave of disappointment with Bush, the Democrats easily took control of both the House and the Senate in 2006, and also won a majority of other local elections as well. These victories were capped off by a convincing presidential win by Democratic contender Barack Obama in 2008. So with a significant Democratic majority in Congress, you would think that Obama could easily get any of his policy proposals on the table, and in many cases he did. But one of the central messages of Obama's campaign was unity and nonpartisanship, and perhaps this was the experiment that Obama tried during his presidency. Instead of going hard on the progressive policy that he and his party wanted to enact, he would try to work with Republicans and try to ease the growing disorder within Congress. Unfortunately for him, he became president during one of the sharpest escalations of political division in America, driven largely by an uptick in hysterical conservative propaganda from outlets like Fox News, as well as the Republicans in Congress choosing to adopt a strategy of absolute obstruction and anti-Obamaism. Hi, I'm T1J.
Follow me.
So after the lopsided Democratic victories in 2006 and 2008, Republicans were kind of in an awkward spot. But it didn't take Republican leaders very long to craft a strategy. They wouldn't break bread with the Democratic majority, nor would they brainstorm ways to repair their brand. Instead, the strategy was to fight. And the way they were going to fight was to oppose, obstruct, and defame the president as much as humanly possible. Basically, in no way could Obama be perceived as a winner. If any of his policy were to be passed, it would be with no help from the Republicans. I also don't think it's a coincidence that the first black president was the recipient of such unprecedented malice. A lot of people unironically marked the election of Barack Obama as an indication that racism had largely ended, but in my view, this idea is quickly disproven when considering the sheer animosity and disrespect that Obama received from not only the public and conservative media, but also from actual high-level politicians. The Republicans refused to meet Obama in the middle on anything, even things they used to support before they became associated with Obama, like tax cuts for small businesses or expansion of unemployment benefits. They condoned, if not encouraged, absurd rumors about Obama being Kenyan or Muslim or giving out Obama phones to welfare recipients. They voted almost unanimously on every piece of legislation put in front of them and viciously attacked any Republican who didn't fall in line, such as the late Arlen Specter, who was actually driven to completely switch parties after falling out with the GOP. And this isn't just speculation, by the way. The Republican strategy of opposing everything Obama said and did is well known at this point and has been confirmed by people who were involved in the party at the time. One result of this obstruction is many of Obama's bills being killed in the Senate, such as the famous cap and trade bill, which was designed to incentivize companies to reduce their carbon emissions. appropriations. Although the Democrats had a majority in the Senate, they did not initially have a filibuster-proof majority, which meant that Republicans could delay or outright prevent any vote from occurring, which they made significant use of. But what we saw most often with Obama-inspired bills were warped versions of his plans. Republicans succeeded in trash-talking Obama's plans so thoroughly that some of them even saw less support from Democratic voters. The best example of this is Obama's legacy-defining health care bill, the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. Now, at this point, the Democrats had briefly achieved a filibuster-proof majority in the Senate, which you think would mean that they could easily pass a progressive health care bill. But the bill had been so thoroughly poisoned by Republicans that even some Democratic lawmakers didn't want to vote for it without sweeping changes being made, such as the removal of a government-funded public health care option. And add to that, the Supreme Court ruled that states could opt out of the proposed Medicaid expansion, which would have made access to health care near universal. And what you're left with is this mangled, ineffectual, Frankenstein-esque law with Obama's name on it. And the Republicans can just sit back and say, well, none of us voted for it. It's kind of brilliant, if I'm being honest. Now, don't get me wrong, the party that is not in power always goes in on the president. It's the American way. Bill Clinton was impeached by the Republicans, and the Democrats weren't exactly cordial towards George W. Bush. But the magnitude and consistency of conservative attacks on Obama were unparalleled. From the near unanimous opposition votes to congressmen literally shouting at him during his speeches.
The reforms I'm proposing would not apply to those who are here illegally.
The Republicans succeeded in tarnishing the reputations of both Obama and the Democrats, causing Obama's approval ratings to plummet, as well as allowing the Republicans to take control of the House of Representatives in 2010. And now with actual voting power, the Republicans could even more effectively fight the president and his policies with a technique even more devious than the filibuster: the total government shutdown. And again, this isn't speculation. Pretty much as soon as the Republicans took control of the House, leaders began encouraging and calling for a government shutdown to basically force the president to agree to defund Obamacare. And that's exactly what they ended up doing. Fortunately, and I don't want to digress too much here because it's kind of complicated, but this shutdown lasted only about 2 weeks and was largely considered a failure for the Republicans. But it did show how far they were willing to go in order to achieve their goals. And this basically ensured that Obama would get nothing significant done outside of executive orders for the remainder of his presidency. But ironically, the Republicans' refusal to meet in the middle also meant that they wouldn't get much done either. While Republicans succeeded in diminishing public trust in Obama and increasing their own influence in Congress, there was also a growing impatience with their own inability to reverse all of Obama's policies like they said they would. Perhaps this is why Obama was able to easily win re-election in 2012 despite his low approval numbers. But his victory did nothing to calm down Republican fervor against him. They continued their unbridled obstruction in several ways, including the aforementioned shutdown, and refusing to allow Obama to fill several vacant court seats, including one in the Supreme Court, not to mention constant public verbal assaults. All of these attacks continued to rile up the Republican voter base to the point where anything that was remotely associated with Obama was toxic. John Boehner, who was Speaker at the House at the time, even stopped playing golf with Obama because it was alienating his conservative supporters. But it was a double-edged sword. The rage that conservative voters had for Obama was beginning to evolve into a distrust for the Washington establishment altogether. The fact that the current Republicans were unable to get much done, especially repealing Obamacare, was seen as proof that they were just as bad and corrupt and ineffective as the Democrats. So of course, Republican politicians began to echo this message of Washington defectiveness, and the ones that didn't were cast aside by the voters.
Washington is fundamentally broken. That there is a bipartisan corruption of career politicians in both parties.
And this message helped a new brand of Republicans take control of the Senate and increase the majority in the House in 2014. In hindsight, it should have been pretty clear who was going to be the Republican presidential frontrunner in 2016. Essentially, the person who was least like Obama. Obama was intelligent, well-spoken, polite, and methodical. He was a former senator and lawyer with a decade of political experience. And here comes a guy like Trump, an outsider to the political realm who says whatever's on his mind, even if it's rude or offensive. But beyond those qualities, Trump captured the hearts of Republican voters by always saying what they wanted to hear, even if it was impractical or nonsensical. And what they wanted to hear is based on 8 years of the Republican Party brewing this anti-Obama, anti-Washington hysteria. And just like how the passion among conservative voters was less about specific policies and just general anger at the establishment, Trump rarely mentioned any details of any actions he would take as president. He just said he would get things done.
We will have so much winning if I get elected that you may get bored with winning.
He leveraged his status as a non-politician to claim that he was the only one that voters could trust. Of course, the Democrats would never support conservative policy, but the Republicans had also failed. The only option, apparently, would be to put your support behind Trump, a loose cannon from outside the political world. And when Hillary Clinton emerged as his general election opponent, it was quite easy for him to transition the exaggerated Republican hatred for Obama into exaggerated hatred for Clinton. Clinton, of course, worked with Obama throughout his whole presidency, and she could easily be painted as just another Washington elite. Also, the fact that, like Obama, she isn't a white man probably helps with that. Trump would, of course, go on to become president, and the actual reasons for that will forever be hotly debated, but I think it's abundantly clear how he rose to the top of the Republican Party. And now that the roles are reversed and we have an unpopular Republican president as well as a Democratic-controlled House of Representatives, the Democrats must decide how they're going to deal with Trump going forward. Clearly, Trump has no interest in their agenda, but the Republicans proved that all-out obstruction simply leads to more chaos and extremism. And it's not likely to be something that Democrat voters would cheer on anyway. It's really hard to say what the best strategy is when you're dealing with someone as sporadic and unpredictable as Trump. And also when you're facing a party like the Republicans who have shown on many occasions that they are willing to not play by the rules. But Democrats have a reputation for folding and compromising, and they're going to have to show some backbone if they want the ongoing support of progressives, which is who I think they should be courting right now. At the same time, they're going to have to actually find a way to get things done. And this almost always involves some kind of give and take. And I don't really know the answer. It's almost certainly going to depend on the context of each individual challenge. But what we have learned is that breeding hatred and cynicism has real consequences for our politics and our country as a whole. In my opinion, the Republican Party has been cultivating bigotry and party over country for decades. But their behavior during and after the Obama administration has taken it to levels previously unheard of. And because of this, an incompetent, narcissistic, proto-fascist liar has become the president. And since Trump voters and Republican voters are generally one and the same, Republican leaders seem unwilling to make an attempt to cage the beast they released. So Democrats and progressives seem to have a long road ahead in terms of combating the fury and scorn that currently defines our politics. That's just me though. What do you think? The second most viewed video on this channel is a video I released 4 years ago called WTF is Cultural Appropriation. A few years after release, I changed the title to Should White People Have Dreadlocks in all caps because, you know, clickbait. What do you think about white people with dreadlocks? Not even kidding, I get asked that like twice a week. Now for the longest time I wondered why anyone thought I would give a shit what other people do with their hair. And I really still don't give a shit what people do with their hair. But eventually I learned that a lot of these people were actually asking me about this thing known as cultural appropriation. Man, I miss those wild jump cuts. He says as if he doesn't still use jump cuts. Hi, I'm T1J.
Follow me.
So that cultural appropriation video from 2014 has always left me a little ambivalent. While I still agree with much of it, it's far too short to really expose much of the nuance that's usually necessary for complicated topics like this. Holy shit, this video is less than 5 minutes long. Those were the days. In that video, I largely dismissed most accusations of cultural appropriation as confusing or silly, while at the same time acknowledging that it's important for people to be sensitive to the history of disadvantaged groups. But the main takeaway of that video, I would say, is the line that I repeated several times. You're allowed to like stuff. You're allowed to like stuff. You're allowed to like stuff. But of course, it's more complicated than that. My channel used to be basically just a place where I vomited thoughts onto the internet with no real rhyme or reason behind it. But these days I try to be a little more mindful about what ideas I express and how I express them. Even if there's something I fully believe, I try to think about how the audience might perceive or interpret my argument. And it's also fair to say that my views and perspectives have evolved over time, as you would imagine. It is very important to me not to inspire people towards ideas that I find to be toxic or harmful. Even if I don't intend to spread bad ideas, I believe being a responsible creator involves consideration of how your ideas might be interpreted or misinterpreted. Especially as a black dude, I don't ever want to be perceived as giving people permission to be racially insensitive. And the best way that I've come up with to avoid that sort of thing, besides avoiding certain topics outright, which I do in some cases, is to provide contextualized arguments in anticipation of these perceptions. And I definitely didn't do that in 2014. So let's try it now. And I know that there are hundreds and thousands of videos and articles on this topic already. I just didn't want that old video to be my only contribution to this discussion. So deal with it. Probably the main issue with that video is a lack of clarity about what is and isn't cultural appropriation. Now, I absolutely despise debates that hinge primarily on semantics. And I think that's a big problem when we're talking about cultural appropriation. Different people think of different things when they hear the word, and that's always a problem in any kind of discussion when people don't even agree on what words mean. So for the purposes of this video, I'm gonna try to define some terms so we're all on the same page. In your future conversations on this topic, I encourage you to do the same. So the verb appropriate generally has a negative connotation in English. It usually refers to the taking or using of something without permission or to the exclusion of others. For example, the legislature appropriated the tax revenue for corporate subsidies. Or my Sonic fan art has been appropriated by a major brand for their clothing line. So in this video, when we mention cultural appropriation, we are specifically referring to something that is potentially problematic. But as I said in that video so many years ago, you're allowed to like stuff. So this implies that it's possible to engage with other cultures without being disrespectful. The most obvious example of this is what we will call cultural exchange. A cultural exchange is when different aspects of culture are shared between different groups through prolonged interaction, often over the course of many decades. Cultural exchange is why we watch anime in the West and why they listen to hip-hop in Japan. I think in my old video I hastily conflated cultural exchange with cultural appropriation, which is why the complaint seems strange to me. And to be fair, a lot of the people who were complaining at the time made the same conflation. I definitely saw kids on Tumblr yelling at people for wanting to learn Spanish. But there's your lesson for today. Don't base your political opinions on reactions to teenagers on social media. Isn't that right, Sir Applesauce? The difference between exchange and appropriation is that exchange generally happens mutually and on equal footing. It happens between cultures that have interacted either personally or through shared media. Appropriation, on the other hand, is one-sided and usually involves a dominant or privileged group taking things from a disadvantaged culture. I should note that this is not to say that mutual exchange cannot happen between privileged and disadvantaged groups. Because of the internet, for example, different groups share slang, memes, fashion, and all kinds of things all the time. The problem with appropriation is when these aspects of culture are stolen with no respect, credit, or benefit given to the originators. When we watch or even make anime or things inspired by anime in the West, we understand that it's a Japanese thing, and we give credit to them for creating it. When Marks and Spencer, a British retailer and food seller, created a vegan wrap and named it after a traditional Indian dish called biryani, even though it did not resemble the dish in any way, that seems to be more like callously exploiting a foreign culture to increase the perceived value of your products. There are also cases where people adopt traditional religious or cultural symbols that are considered sacred or significant just because they think it looks cool or for other frivolous reasons. And again, it's just disrespectful. Like, why be an asshole? A lot of white people lose their entire minds if they see someone who isn't a veteran wearing military badges or uniforms. If you don't believe me, just search stolen valor on YouTube. It's the same thing. But with cultural appropriation, it goes beyond disrespect. Cultural appropriation can have the effect of further contributing to marginalization. When dominant groups take from marginalized groups and gain or profit from that appropriation without sharing any benefits or giving any credit, it can reinforce that societal imbalance. White people, for example, are often perceived as innovative, unique, or edgy when they borrow certain hairstyles and fashion from other cultures. Meanwhile, the people from those groups face discrimination and stereotypes for the exact same traits and behavior.
I feel like she smells like patchouli oil. Or weed. Yeah, maybe weed?
And I know this personally as a guy who has missed out on several opportunities because my appearance was not perceived as professional enough. It should also be mentioned that sometimes people from disadvantaged groups adopt traits from the dominant group, but this can generally be referred to as assimilation. Assimilation is usually performed as a survival mechanism for non-dominant groups. While it's true that a lot of Black American women enjoy the look of straightened hair, they also know in the back of their heads that it's much harder to be perceived as presentable or professional without it. Now, just like any other video, I don't mean to talk about this subject like it's a black or white issue. It's complicated. Everything is complicated. One of the things that makes this conversation tricky is yet another related subject, which we will call cultural appreciation. Appreciation is when you participate in another culture, but you do it in a way that is respectful and informed, and often with the approval of members of that culture. A good example of this is if you were to marry someone with a different heritage or religion than you, and you decide to have a wedding ceremony that includes customs and iconography from outside your own culture. Generally, this is done in a respectful way and with consent. The problem is that it is often difficult or impossible for outside observers to tell the difference between cultural appropriation and cultural appreciation. And for some people, the distinction doesn't even seem to matter. But as you might imagine, I don't personally advocate such a non-nuanced point of view. Earlier in the video, I shared an image of supermodel Karlie Kloss wearing a Native American war bonnet as an example of disrespectful cultural appropriation. But Brazilian designer Oscar Metsava did something similar when creating a fashion line inspired by the Ashaninka, an indigenous tribe in South America. The difference here is that Metsava collaborated with actual representatives of the community and even paid royalties to the tribe. For some, this may still not be enough, but to me, this is a huge step up from wearing a war bonnet and an animal print bikini just to be edgy. In my old video, which again was made in 2014 when Miley Cyrus was still doing stuff like this, I argue that Miley probably just likes hip-hop and hip-hop culture, which is fine. But just a couple years later, it seemed like she decided to drop her association with the culture as if it were a bad habit, which casts suspicion on her supposed appreciation, and provides an example of borrowing from a culture, profiting from it, and then simply casting it aside. 23 is still a banger though, I don't care what anybody says. But apparently she's doing hip-hop again, so I don't fucking know, man. Avril Lavigne encountered a lot of criticism after releasing the video for her song Hello Kitty for what people thought were insensitive portrayals of Japanese culture. However, Lavigne shot that video in Japan with the aid of a Japanese cast and crew, including a Japanese director. And the video and song was well received in Japan by Japanese people. In fact, it appears that the vast majority of people who were offended by the video were not themselves Japanese, which brings up another important point. One of the reasons there's so much confusion and controversy around the cultural appropriation issue is because well-meaning white people have a bad habit of getting offended on behalf of other groups, often placing victimhood upon groups of people that have not claimed that victimhood for themselves. I see this sort of white protector mentality a lot as a black dude, and I personally find it very off-putting. Being an ally to people of color does not involve being a knight in shining armor, and it certainly doesn't involve speaking on their behalf. And when you react to something without having the actual cultural experience to really know whether or not it's actually a problem, that makes it much harder for people to take legitimate complaints seriously. So just as I don't intend to give people permission to be racist, I also don't endorse hopping on Instagram and starting a fight every time you see a white person with cornrows. At the end of the day, I still don't care if white people have dreadlocks, and I'm not really interested in attempting to mind read in order to determine whether or not any individual actually respects the culture they're participating in. It's also important to understand no culture or group is a monolith, and you will get different opinions if you ask different people. My opinion is that all I can do is ask people to be thoughtful about how they engage with other cultures. You're allowed to like stuff, but you should also think about how your interactions with that stuff affects marginalized people. You should make sure you're not perpetuating a stereotype. You should give credit and, if applicable, time and money to the groups that you're borrowing from. You should probably avoid accessorizing with things that other groups find sacred, because that's just kind of a dick move. And you should remember that people are more than their fashion, music, and slang. They're humans. They have issues and anxieties, especially when we're talking about humans from disadvantaged cultures. To paraphrase a quote from Nicki Minaj, if you want to enjoy our culture and our lifestyle, then you should also want to know what affects us, what's bothering us, what we feel is unfair to us. You shouldn't not want to know that. That's what I should have added to that old video. That's just me though. What do you think? Sometimes people will reminisce about an old TV show or movie that they like and make a remark like, this couldn't have been made today. And usually when people say this, they're talking about some irreverent or old-fashioned work that apparently couldn't exist because of today's PC culture. Almost as if the mere quality of being offensive somehow adds to its legacy. Films like Porky's and Revenge of the Nerds with their brazen sexism, or TV shows with outdated sensibilities like I Dream of Jeannie or The Dukes of Hazzard. I think this notion is kind of dumb for several reasons. Firstly, this represents just another example of people resisting changes to the cis hetero white male focused status quo. If there are less characters like this in TV and movies that marginalize and disparage certain groups of people, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. I know it's hard to imagine sometimes, but other humans exist in the world, and those people should have diverse and realistic representation in media. And so it's a good thing that we're moving towards that. And secondly, yeah, of course it wouldn't be made today. Why would anybody expect that? The culture and overall attitude of society was way different in the 70s and 80s, as you would expect. So why would anybody think that the media being created wouldn't also be different? And on top of that, this kind of implies that in today's PC culture, nobody gets away with making irreverent or taboo content, which is obviously ridiculous. Have you ever watched Big Mouth or 2.5 Men or Deadpool or South Park? Have you ever been on YouTube before? It's a madhouse. Anyway, perhaps the quintessential they couldn't make this today example is the 70s TV sitcom All in the Family, which starred Carol O'Connor as Archie Bunker, a white working class father whose most notable characteristic is that he is kind of a huge bigot. Ironically, a TV special just aired the other day where an ensemble cast of actors, including Marissa Tomei, Jamie Foxx, Woody Harrelson, and many others, did a live performance of episodes from All in the Family and The Jeffersons. So I guess they could have made it today. But anyway, this got me thinking about how sitcoms throughout the years have handled the topic of race and bigotry. So yeah, that's what this video is about. Hi, I'm T1J.
Follow me.
So I really love the show Roseanne. Now, of course, Roseanne Barr herself seemed to not be that great of a person throughout the years, but you can pause and watch my video about separating art from artists if you want to know how I feel about that. But anyway, beyond the fact that the show Roseanne is hilarious, it attempted to paint a semi-realistic picture of what it was like to be poor in America. Unlike most sitcoms, a fair amount of episodes didn't have neatly wrapped up happy endings, and the initial series as a whole didn't even have a happy ending. And that's sort of the reality of most working class people in America. You just kind of try to survive, but you usually never really get to see the other side. Now, Roseanne mostly dealt with class issues, but it often delved into other topics such as domestic violence, homophobia, and racism. One of the most memorable episodes involved the title character Roseanne scolding her son DJ because he didn't want to kiss a girl in the school play because she was black, only later to have to confront her own prejudices when that girl's father shows up at her restaurant late at night. I appreciated these scenes because they acknowledged that a person who was essentially good, or at least trying to be, could still hold harmful prejudices that are not necessarily evident on a surface level. But I feel like depictions of racism and bigotry on TV have rarely been this nuanced throughout the years. In the 80s and 90s, sitcoms became well known for their very special episodes that dealt with topics that were much more serious than the average episode, usually touching on things like alcohol and drug abuse, bigotry, sexuality, violence, and even sometimes death. I mean, they killed Sandy, yo. Growing Pains actually had a lot of these special episodes. Like there was this other episode where Kirk Cameron gets a job at a convenience store and the racist shop owner gives him special treatment over his non-white co-workers. And in typical sitcom fashion, he eventually realizes the right thing to do and heroically confronts the bigot and quits the job and so on. And throughout the years, many sitcoms would have episodes tackling race and racism. Now of course, you could analyze depictions of racism in any medium, but I'm focusing on sitcoms in this video because I like sitcoms. But I fully acknowledge that the nature of the format means that they usually want to have everything wrapped up in 30 minutes. And when we're talking about very special episodes, the easiest way to do that is often to have a character who, at least by the end, is revealed to be an unambiguous villain that our protagonist can take the moral high ground over.
You know, you've got a lot to learn about the real world.
Yeah? Well, I won't be learning it from you. I quit.
Sometimes the villain is unnamed or conceptual in nature, but the moral is generally that there are bad people out there, and as long as we don't spray paint the N-word on someone's property, we'll be all right. Even in the recent revival of the show Roseanne, which I mentioned earlier, they revisited the issue of racism. But this time, instead of a thought-provoking depiction of implicit bias, we have a scene with a cartoon racist that Roseanne gets to play hero against.
Maybe you can help her carry the groceries out to her camel, too.
The very special episodes still happen sometimes, but it's mostly a relic from the 80s and 90s. These days, sitcoms usually exist in some kind of vacuum where either serious issues like bigotry don't actually exist, or where they seem to be the only thing that exists. Another thing you see in sitcoms a lot, especially nowadays, is racism and bigotry being played for a joke. Some of the time this qualifies as satire, but I feel it's mostly there for laughs. I did a whole video about how Tina Fey straddles this line in 30 Rock, but it's incredibly common. The trend here is the existence of a character, often a main or recurring one, who under normal scrutiny would be considered fairly awful, but they're generally tolerated if not excused for their behavior by the other characters and usually also by audiences.
Why would you think this is an appropriate gift?
Well, you are black, right?
Usually the rationale for this casual acceptance of their insensitivity is that they're well-intentioned, but they're just clueless and don't know any better, usually because of their environment or upbringing. And while these characters may experience a minor setback or an awkward confrontation because of their behavior, which demonstrates that in these universes being racist is at the very least socially unacceptable, they are rarely given long-standing reasons to change or improve. Likely because clueless character says something racist is an easy way to get a laugh, and when you've got to pump out a script every week, you don't want to give that up. Perhaps the most classic example of the sympathetic bigot is the aforementioned Archie Bunker from All in the Family. And while Archie's off-color and often unambiguously racist commentary was definitely the source of a lot of cheap laughs, the show took a decidedly more thoughtful look at racism and other controversial topics than many of the other examples I've given so far.
You never told us how you feel about black people.
Well, you sure gotta hand it to them. I mean, 2 years ago, there was nothing but servants and janitors. Now they're teachers and doctors and lawyers. They've come a long way on TV.
While Archie doesn't necessarily become enlightened at any point during the series' run, the main theme of the show revolves around him constantly having his prejudices challenged in a changing world. He almost never gets away with saying something awful without someone or something calling him out on it. In some scenes, he literally walks away and tries to change the subject when confronted, an overt metaphor for many people's stubborn resistance to social progress. I especially enjoyed the interactions between the Bunkers and the Jeffersons. Nothing forces Archie to tackle or maybe even preserve his outdated sensibilities more than his black neighbors, who are not only smarter and more savvy than he is, but are also upwardly mobile. George Jefferson is a successful businessman while Archie is stuck in a blue-collar job on a loading dock. All in the Family was a bold show, and as you might imagine, most of the issues it discussed are still relevant today, unfortunately. And people will continue to debate whether the character of Archie Bunker actually helped to normalize and justify bigotry rather than fight it, but I do have to say it is kind of hard to watch nowadays. Bunker was depicted as an out-of-touch old man, but his worldview sounds almost exactly the same as modern-day white nationalists, which is kind of creepy to listen to.
It ain't their problem, it's our problem. These people are stepping up in life and we're moving down.
The show made sure to emphasize that Archie was a good guy deep down, but the show was also from his perspective for the most part. So we mostly got to see his fears and his discomfort and not really the real world impact of his harmful beliefs. But All in the Family deserves credit for tackling bigotry head on in a way more nuanced than Good Guys versus Bad Guys. It's one of the only sitcoms to accomplish that, in my opinion. You might expect such a popular show to influence future shows to try similar things. And it's true that many sitcoms in the years since All in the Family have had overt social commentary, including its own several spiritual successors and spin-offs of spin-offs. And some shows have managed to address social issues in an interesting way, like the aforementioned Roseanne and the more recent Blackish, which I personally think might be the perfect show. But in general, sitcoms since All in the Family have relegated serious discussion of things like racism to one-dimensional, very special episodes if they don't avoid the topic altogether. And don't get me wrong, there are a lot of undeniably great sitcoms that address political issues in a serious way. A Different World, Maude, One Day at a Time, Golden Girls, Rock, The Carmichael Show, and even more dramatic comedies like Dear White People and Orange is the New Black. The list could go on, but I feel like most of those shows generally played it safe with depictions of race issues that were either too dumbed down or too melodramatic to represent reality. And look, the evil bad guy who spray paints slurs on people's cars exists in the real world. I've met people like that. But it's such an incomplete story about the reality of discrimination in America. It's so much more. It's marginalization, implicit bias, disenfranchisement, colorism, microaggressions, intersectionality, stereotype threat, and lots of other things that you can Google after watching this video. I also understand that generally discussing social issues is not the aim of a sitcom. But why shouldn't it be, at least some of the time? One of the reasons I love sitcoms so much, beyond the fact that I just love comedy and jokes, is how they can talk about real life things like family and love and adulthood and careers and yes, even politics. And they can bring you into a world that you would not have otherwise experienced. And if done right, they can do this in a way that makes you feel positive and hopeful because you've been laughing the whole time. And listen, I like a good drama show just as much as anybody else, but most of them just leave you bummed out at the end of the day. Like, does anything good ever happen on this show? So sitcoms, as well as stand-up and comedic films, can play an important role in social discourse, I think. Because while I appreciate the escapism of political utopias found in shows like The Cosby Show or Parks and Recreation, I think these serious discussions are needed now more than ever. That's just me though. What do you think? Despite my near vampire-like insistence on avoiding the sun, I am nevertheless a pretty dark-skinned chocolate boy. Fortunately, I like how I look. I think I'm pretty sexy, but growing up I was always cognizant of an underlying tension between black people who were light-skinned, or as we used to say, light-skinned, and dark-skinned people like me. Now sometimes this was just played for jokes and common schoolyard teasing, so it was hard to differentiate it from any other kind of mocking, because kids in middle school were fucking monsters. Your Mama So Black was a standard opener in our array of Yo Mama jokes. For example, Your Mama So Black, she went to night school and got marked absent. But something I definitely noticed as a lonely and arguably girl-obsessed dark-skinned teenager is that the lighter skin tone boys were definitely more successful romantically than I and my other dark-skinned brothers were. Maybe they were just cooler, more stylish, and more charismatic. It's definitely possible. I was a huge dork in middle and high school. But I mean, so was everybody else. Whether or not that was the issue, the fact that darker-skinned people were treated differently than lighter-skinned people became more and more evident to me as I grew up and ventured out into the world. It was uncommon, for example, to have a dark-skinned black person as your server in a restaurant or your associate in a department store. When you could find a doll or an action figure that represented a black person, they didn't usually have very dark skin, especially the ones that were targeted towards girls. It was also rare to see a dark-skinned person as the lead on a movie or a TV show. You often couldn't create characters in video games with very dark skin. Look at this. Look at all the options they have for making a white dude. There's one, arguably two black dudes, and he's nowhere near enough of a chocolate boy. And don't even get me started on these hairstyles. Well, obviously that's the one. And while we've made improvements, a lot of this still applies today. As it turns out, these are all examples of what we now refer to as colorism. Hi, I'm T1J.
Follow me.
Colorism is a type of discrimination that's a step beyond racism, where people are marginalized not merely because of their race, but because of the literal tone of their skin. The coining of the term is widely attributed to author Alice Walker, who ironically seems to have some issues with racism herself, go figure, but that's beyond the scope of this video. It's when people are treated differently for having darker or lighter skin, even when they are the same race. And often that discrimination comes from people of that same race. Now, I'm most familiar with colorism as it relates to Black Americans, but societies all over the world have historically held prejudices against people with darker skin. And just like with racism, this discrimination causes people with lighter skin tones to experience a measure of privilege, even if they are a member of a disadvantaged group. And many of those privileges mirror the advantages that white people have over other racial groups. There's data to back this up. Dark-skinned people report more frequent microaggressions than lighter-skinned people. There's an actual wage gap between dark and light-skinned people. Light-skinned black people receive more lenient prison sentences. People with light skin are perceived as more intelligent and more attractive, which I don't get at all. Have you seen this face? And the list goes on. Negative perceptions of people with darker skin goes all the way back to ancient times. It most likely originated with the fact that nobility and other upper class people were able to stay indoors, while the poor and the lower class labored outside in the sun, resulting in their skin appearing darker. So in many cultures, darker skin became associated with poverty and squalor, and over time evolved to just become undesirable and unattractive. This is especially the case for women who, just like today, were pressured to live up to sometimes unrealistic standards of beauty. And many women at the time perceived lighter skin as more feminine and more beautiful, which is a concept that hasn't really gone away. The global market for products that supposedly whiten the skin, even ones that are potentially harmful, is somewhere in the realm of $20 billion US.
100% natural orange papaya extracts para ang skin whiter at smoother feeling in 1 week. White plus papaya, my skin so white.
These discriminatory attitudes based on ancient classism were further reinforced as a result of European colonialism. As the influence of Western culture has spread throughout the world, so has the association of beauty and wealth with whiteness, and subsequently lighter skin, which has only made the ancient problem of colorism that much more damaging. The effects of European colonialism on the attitudes about skin color perhaps emerged most prominently during the transatlantic slave trade. The race-based prejudice that Europeans used to justify their domination and enslavement of people of indigenous and African descent was further used to divide members of those groups. For example, people who were conceived through a sexual union between a black person and a white person, often a result of rape, naturally ended up having lighter skin, and were usually treated less harshly and given less strenuous tasks than other slaves. One of the most well-known examples of this is the fact that lighter-skinned slaves were often allowed to work indoors, while the darker ones worked in harsher conditions outside in the fields. Because of these advantages, light-skinned black people had a better chance of becoming educated or skilled, having wealth or property, or even being freed from slavery. And this was no doubt a tool used by Europeans appearance to encourage an association of whiteness with worth and value. So even if you weren't fully white, the closer you were, the better. Unfortunately, this led to a legacy of tension between lighter-skinned black people and darker-skinned black people even after slavery was abolished. In many parts of the United States, the one-drop rule came into effect, which classified anyone with any shred of African ancestry as legally black and thus unequal to whites. Nevertheless, some light-skinned people actually came up believing that having more European ancestry made them superior to people with darker skin. Or at the very least, many of them took advantage of the privileges afforded them, even if they were still seen as second-class citizens by white society. Yes, you can be privileged and disadvantaged at the same time. A lot of y'all act like y'all don't understand that. This is an important lesson about power and privilege. Those with power, no matter how little, are regularly driven to maintain that power, whether consciously or not, and sometimes even at the cost of their own allies. Light-skinned black people in America even formed exclusive clubs and fraternities. In the early 1900s, some black neighborhoods would host so-called paper bag parties, where if your skin was darker than the color of a brown paper bag, you weren't allowed in. I don't think I would have made it in. These sorts of tests weren't limited to informal house parties though. Even black institutions like churches and universities would select members based on skin tone, and people have asserted that some of them even used the paper bag test themselves. This led to not only increasing friction between people of different skin tones, but it also led to a measurable gap in areas such as income, education, and even romantic desirability. And just like in other parts of the world, colorism affects women in a very specific and arguably more damaging way. Dark-skinned women experience all the same negative outcomes as everybody else, but they have to deal with the added pressure of society expecting them to uphold Eurocentric standards of beauty. I talked about how the light-skinned boys at school had an easier time gaining romantic attention, but in truth, it was the same for the lighter-skinned girls as well. But this ends up affecting women in a deeper way. As I pointed out in my video about racial dating preferences, black women usually rank near the bottom on opinion surveys measuring general attractiveness and desirability. As you might imagine, this problem is confounded for black women with darker skin. Now, whether or not people find you physically attractive may seem frivolous, but it's no coincidence that many of the benefits that you get when people find you attractive can be directly compared to the benefits people get for being white. These benefits include things like being perceived as more approachable, being perceived as smarter, healthier, more persuasive, or more trustworthy. All of which, of course, can lead to positive outcomes in many areas, such as getting a job or interacting with law enforcement. And as always, we can look to our popular media for insight about what is perceived as beautiful or worthy of attention.
Her name is Kim, this light-skinned girl from Shaolin. And as for them pretty light-skinned models standing in the cold. Light-skinned from the valley. Hey, light-skinned girl with the curly hair.
With only a few exceptions, the majority of the world's most successful and iconic non-white female musical artists are women with lighter skin tones. The majority of the most successful actresses of color have skin on the lighter end of the spectrum. On TV shows and movies featuring black performers throughout the years, it was common for the female leads to be women with light skin, and dark-skinned women were often cast as the crazy or feisty friend of the main character. Incidentally, these darker-skinned women were commonly depicted as having trouble in their love lives. As I said, I'm most familiar with colorism when it relates to the plight of black people, but other cultures experience colorism in different ways, especially throughout the various regions in Asia. The association of lighter skin with beauty and class still persists and has been made worse by the increasing influence of Eurocentric standards. The Bollywood films that are popular in South Asia often feature lighter skin performers, which doesn't always accurately reflect the population in that area. I read an article about a woman in China who was literally scolded on the streets because she wasn't holding an umbrella to protect her fair skin from the sun. And this problem is even more complex for Asian people living in Western countries. The idea of skin tone as a status symbol, on top of the European legacy of racism, leads to problems that mirror the issues that other people of color experience. The half-Chinese actor and singer Chloe Bennett was born Chloe Wong, but had to change her name before before she could get a job in Hollywood. And it's common for people of color to change their name to something more palatable to white people in order to gain favor in various ways. Luckily, I have a super generic name, so I often have the pleasure of watching white people pretend not to be surprised when they meet me for the first time. And this of course reminds me of the famous study that showed that people with black sounding names were less likely to get called back for job interviews. But what happens at the end of the day is the same result. Whiteness is upheld as the ideal, while blackness is disparaged as inferior. And this is not meant to drag any of the people I mentioned or any light-skinned people in general. I encourage people of all complexions to thrive and do everything you can to achieve your goals and dreams, while we work together to dismantle systems of oppression. Sometimes I see people accusing light-skinned people or mixed heritage people of being not fully committed to the cause, or even not black enough or not Asian enough. And I want to be clear that that's not what I'm doing here, because that sucks. But colorism is a real thing, and it's something that people are often hesitant to address, especially when it comes from within our own communities. When you are constantly subjected to tangible marginalization as a person of color, especially as a woman of color, it can be difficult to recognize the areas in which you enjoy privilege. Interestingly, there's one instance where this preference for lighter skin may be somewhat subverted: white people. One analysis of over 2,000 advertising photos suggested that white men with darker complexions were thought of as more attractive than their light-skinned counterparts. And while fair-skinned white women still reigned supreme, the darker-skinned women were more likely to be depicted with less clothing or in more provocative poses, indicating an association with sexual attractiveness. There's also the common practice of cosmetic tanning, which has been popular among white people for decades, although it did see an unfortunate dip into the uncanny valley during the popularity of the Jersey Shore. This is interesting to me because, as I mentioned, people of color are consistently rated as less attractive than white people, with the exception of Asian women. And as I said, Asian countries have their own problems with colorism, but I suspect that's a whole nother conversation about Western fetishizing of Asian women. We can talk about that another time. So it seems like white people value a little color, but not so much that they can't retreat back into their whiteness when needed. I don't want to discount the progress we've made in this area. Attitudes are shifting slowly but surely. We're seeing more representation and more cooperation. Although we have internalized a lot of these negative stereotypes, we're having this conversation together and working to solve the problem. But ultimately, colorism is yet another consequence of the legacy of classism and white supremacy. As long as the underlying premise that whiteness equals beauty, intelligence, and wealth exists, these issues will continue to pose problems for everyone else trying to make it in the world. So the solution, in my opinion, is not to attack individuals, but to work together to expose and eradicate the systems and the attitudes that we as individuals have internalized. But that's just me though. What do you think? Middle school, we used to play this game called Set 'em Out, where if you did or said something stupid or embarrassing, someone would say, "Set that out." You had to hold out your hands and let them slap you. Yeah, it's a dumb game, but we were 12. Looking back, it was actually a pernicious game that attempted to enforce a certain standard of social behavior with literal violence. So those of us with ideas and interests that seemed a little outside of the norm often had to keep our mouths shut. I've always been on the fence about identifying as a nerd. I mean, I have a lot of nerdy qualities, got a bunch of these things everywhere. I've been playing World of Warcraft for 10 years, and to this day, I'm perfectly willing to have an hour-long conversation with you about the philosophy of the Matrix. But I also lack a lot of the qualities that are stereotypically associated with nerds. Like, I don't really have social anxiety, really. Although I'm fairly reserved in person, I'm definitely not an introvert. And I love things like sports and fitness. Honestly, the concept of being a nerd these days is so blurry that it may not even be much of a thing anymore. Nerdiness used to be about earnest devotion to esoteric and obscure inclinations. But these days, many things that are associated with nerds have reached the mainstream. Almost all of the highest grossing films of all time are sci-fi or fantasy movies. Some of the most high-profile public figures are people with careers in science and technology. And it seems like every other week I find a video of some famous celebrity playing Dungeons and Dragons. Now, there are some nerdy subcultures that have yet to break out into the front lines of pop culture, but whereas nerds in the past were often ostracized because of their peculiar tastes, these days you can't really justify turning your nose up at a kid for dressing up like a giant fox when you just got done watching an anime about a kid possessed by a giant fox. All of this ambivalence about being a nerd was amplified for me as a young black kid who grew up in lower income neighborhoods. I think being cool and popular is a concern for kids of all races, but for black kids, especially black boys, it was kind of do or die. Hi, I'm T1J.
Follow me.
Real quick, I'd like to give a big shout out to my patrons. None of these videos would be possible without the support I get on Patreon from you amazing folks, including people like Dan Tower, Daniel R. Murphy, and Corey Schimpf. If you head to my Patreon page, you'll see that I've set up a new goal. I want to try to move back to making 2 videos a month, but I'll definitely need some production help to do that if I want the quality of the videos to not suffer. That includes more equipment, space, and human effort, all of which cost money. So if you're interested in that, consider supporting. So when I think of black men that I admired growing up, it was people like Denzel Washington, Michael Jordan, and Eddie Murphy. Dudes who were hip and talented and fashionable and seemed to have it all. Rarely was I exposed to black personalities who were celebrated specifically because of their intellect or unique interests. In black media back then, the male protagonists were always cool and confident and street smart, definitely not nerds. Even in non-black media, black characters were often added as a source of practical wisdom or shrewd humor. When we did experience nerdy black characters, they were always the butt of every joke. The fact that they were nerds was unambiguously a character flaw. Of course, there were nerdy white characters who were made fun of as well, but there's such a higher variety of white characters to choose from that you could easily find just as many characters any nerd could be proud of. You ever notice how one of the main differences between the Jurassic World movies and the Jurassic Park movies is that they replaced all the nerds? I love this movie. The good guy's a nerd, the bad guy's a nerd, this guy is a nerd. There are just no black movies with this many nerds in it. Jurassic Park's interesting because it actually has a black nerd in it. Chief Engineer Ray Arnold, played by Samuel L. Jackson. He's neurotic and sometimes antisocial, but he's shown to be highly intelligent and invested in his work, and it's not played as a negative thing. But it's probably not a mistake that the role was given to Jackson, an actor known by this point for playing characters who are pretty unambiguously not nerds. If it was Urkel at that computer instead of Sam Jackson, it probably would have had less impact. There are other complex examples as well, like the character Dwayne Wayne in the great sitcom A Different World. He's kind of a nerd, like he's a math whiz who got a perfect SAT score and he wears these dorky glasses. But beyond that, he's confident and handsome and popular, and he sits in chairs backwards, so you know he's cool. By the way, a while back I tweeted about A Different World and got like no response, which leads me to believe that a lot of y'all white folks have not watched this amazing show. Go watch it. Fuck Pam and Jim, Dwayne and Whitley for life. It's a great show, I love it. But nevertheless, as a black kid in the 90s, it was never a compliment to be compared to Ray Arnold or Dwayne Wayne, much less Carlton Banks or Steve Urkel. Both the middle school and high school I went to were made up of 90% black people, so I don't have much of a reference for what it was like in other kinds of schools. In TV and movies, they always talked about the different cliques that hang out together in school, like the jocks, the goths, the stoners, etc. And one of the cliques is almost always the nerds or the geeks. And even though the nerds are stereotypically bullied by the jocks and generally socially inept, they still seem either unwilling or unable to alter their lifestyles and dispositions. At my schools though, this just wasn't really a thing. We had cliques and friend groups, but being a willing nerd was just not conceivable for the most part. Not everyone tried to be popular per se, but most everyone at least tried to be cool and fit in. Not everyone succeeded, but they tried. Things that were considered socially deviant were usually not displayed or talked about openly. There were no goths or stoners or geeks at my schools. There were of course people who displayed those characteristics and participated in those activities, but it was never on full display. It wasn't really a part of people's public identity. Being a black kid at a black school, at least in my experience, required a certain level of social competence, regardless of your specific interests. And there were kids who struggled to do it, and they were usually ostracized for it. The difference is they didn't usually have a clique to turn to afterward. There were just individuals branded as just a little too weird. I think a lot of this again goes back to popular media. Media that targets black people historically never celebrated typically nerdy things. When I was in school, all the little boys emulated rappers and comedians and athletes because that's all we saw. That was our definition of cool. And it was cool. I still love Bone Thugs and Harmony and the movie Friday, just like I did back then. But I also liked Magic the Gathering and geometry. Just didn't bring those up as much. And I think a lot of us had unique interests like that, but there was just no social space back then to fully explore and share them. It just didn't seem correct for a black kid. But maybe there's a reason for that. A 2007 New York Times article described nerdiness as a state of being hyper-white, literally defining it in direct contrast to behaviors and traits that are typically associated with black Americans. The idea being that a lot of what makes white people seem trendy and popular in America are often things that they appropriate from black people.
Bye, Felicia.
According to that aforementioned article, by cultivating an identity perceived as white to the point of excess, nerds deny themselves the aura of normality that is usually one of the perks of being white. So this all seems glib and it's obviously messy and generalized, but I think we all kind of get it intuitively, at least in America. That's why there's so many movies about super square white people learning how to be cool from some black person who serendipitously entered their lives. In pop culture, uncool is often defined as the absence of blackness. When black comedians back in the day did bits about white people, they were always basically hyper white, and they were usually goofy and out of touch, and often directly compared to black people who were depicted as more savvy and assertive.
And well, to tell you the truth, you're just not cutting it. Tom, what are you saying? You know good and hell well what he's saying.
Steve Harvey's voicing two separate characters here, but they have the same voice and personality. It's just his stand-in voice for all white people. And I think I internalized that as a kid. Because at a black school, things that were considered nerdy and uncool were not just things that were unique and obscure, but also simply things that were associated with white people. Things like Dungeons and Dragons, sure, but also things that in any other context would probably be cool, like being a fan of rock music. I can't find the clip, but I remember watching this black comedian with friends back in the day that was making fun of different types of rock music. And one of the bits was clearly parodying Nirvana, which I knew because I discovered Nirvana in high school and they quickly became like my favorite band, and they kind of still are. Specifically, they were making fun of how Kurt Cobain's verses were always mellow and dreary, while the choruses were usually essentially screaming. And I mean, it was funny, but I kind of wanted to tell my friends, yeah, the sludgy sound of grunge is designed to mirror the ugliness and depravity of the real world, while the loud sections reflects the angst and anger the artist feels towards it. But I decided against it because I didn't really feel like getting my hands slapped. The funny thing is, in hindsight, the comedian was clearly familiar enough with Nirvana to parody a song well enough for me to recognize it. I wouldn't be surprised if they were a fan themselves. For many black kids back then, being a nerd was just not an option, at least not in public, because it would mean betraying our own blackness. In fact, a common thing that happens to nerdy black kids is a questioning of their blackness. They get accused of acting white or wanting to be white, or are called Oreos, black on the outside but white on the inside. The plight of the black nerd was confusing and frustrating in a wholly unique way. Because for black people, being a nerd isn't about wanting to be white. In fact, most black people I know who identify as nerds still do things like listen to black music and use black slang and follow black trends. They usually have a lot of pride in their upbringing and background. But when society and pop culture defines nerdiness as the lack of blackness, that puts black nerds in a very awkward spot. Now these days, prototypical black nerds are much more prominent in society and media than before. Black people and Black culture are of course as diverse and varied as any other group of humans, and we're finally starting to see that not only reflected but also celebrated. I don't think it's because of any specific reverence to Black people though. I think it's more due to the increased acceptance of traditionally nerdy interests in general, and because it's now easier to find public figures and influential characters who don't fit the one-dimensional stereotypical mold of what it means to be Black. I think that encourages more young people to embrace their unique interests and share them with the world without fear. And that's why I often feel awkward calling myself a nerd. I spent so much time resisting the classification, and by the time I became willing to accept it, it seemed to have begun losing its meaning. We're all unique and we all like different things, and there's really no existing profile of what it means to be or not be a nerd anymore. When people say, "I'm a nerd," I really think they're holding on to outdated definitions. You might think, well, I love video games and anime, so I guess I'm a nerd. But fucking everybody plays video games and watches anime. Some people cling on to the nerd idea in a sort of contrarian way because it seems better to be different than to conform to the masses. But what those people need to realize is that we're all different. You and I might have a couple interests in common, but we also probably diverge on other things. According to a recent Reddit thread, high school cliques in America still exist, but have become so varied and contain a lot of overlap. The brainy kids might be fashionable and hip, while the jocks might be hardcore gamers who get straight A's. And they also might not. And don't get me wrong, there's still a lot of pressure for young Black kids to be cool. But I think what's cool is no longer based on the stereotypical ideas of Blackness that I grew up with. I'm sure there are still problems and bad ideas out there, but the trend seems to be that people are becoming more open to behaviors in media that may have in the past gotten you shoved into a locker. So I hope that trend continues. That's just me though. What do you think? Hey, let's check out the voicemail.
T1J, my name is James. I'm a white male, and I was recently having a discussion with a friend, and I said I was trying to read more diverse voices because I read a lot of books. So I've been trying to read more books by authors who are women, immigrants, Muslim, African American, trans, etc. My friend said that if I'm reading an author because they are a minority, then that's tokenization. But I was thinking that I was just trying to make sure at least like half the books I read are by women and minorities, so I'm trying to make sure that I hear more diverse voices. So I just wanted your opinion on if trying to read more minority authors is a form of tokenization, or if it's a good thing to be trying to read more diverse voices. Thank you.
So I'm 34 years old, which seems to be a lot higher than the average age of people who watch YouTube and people who specifically watch videos like the ones that I make. So I'm always kind of worried that my takes and worldview might be unrelatable or out of touch in the eyes of certain segments of my intended audience. Now, according to Google, I'm a millennial, and so are people who are 10 years younger than me, which seem to imply that we share certain sensibilities and outlooks because of the generation in which we were born, which may be true to some extent, but I routinely look at people who are in their early 20s with utter bewilderment, much less people younger than that. This is also true when comparing myself to Black people of a younger age, especially those who are socially and politically active. So although I've devoted a lot of time on my channel to discussing race issues, I sometimes wonder if the younger generation of online minority activists are on a whole nother level that I am too far gone to really be involved with. My thesis is, and pretty much always has been, that it's important to find ways to discuss and evaluate solutions to serious issues in a productive way. And my assertion is that the most productive way to do so is using civility and compassion. You know, that whole Heiko thing. The problem is that most political discussions these days are had on social media, which is notable for its distinct shortage of those two things, which I think has changed the landscape of how people think about politics. Now this sounds like a huge digression from the topic of the voicemail, but I just want to say I still feel confident in my thought process, and if I make a convincing argument for you, that's great. But I also don't want anyone to get into a mindset where they think something is okay or correct just because T1J said it. I'm just one guy on the internet. And maybe there are takes out there that are worth considering, even if my joint pain having ass thinks they're weird. It's something that I want to emphasize for this topic, but also something I've been meaning to emphasize in general, so might as well go ahead and do it now. So I think that people in marginalized groups have always had a healthy skepticism of people from privileged groups, but these days that skepticism seems to be evolving into widespread mistrust, if not outright antagonism. Some of this may be justified, as we've seen over the past decade what seems to be an increase in bigoted political propaganda coming from the right, and even violence towards groups like Black people and LGBTQ people. But this mistrust has evolved and even spread towards progressives and people on the left. Some of it is the unrealistic expectation for privileged people to automatically understand the plight of those who are marginalized, the "you should know better" mentality. It's an idea that a person isn't allowed to call themselves an ally unless they have total understanding of all the relevant social justice issues. And if they make wrong assumptions or use the wrong terminology or work with the wrong people, tweet the wrong thing 10 years ago, they are susceptible to being #canceled. This has grown to the extent that even people who are actively trying to inform themselves are met with suspicion and criticism. So what is tokenization, or Tokenism, which is the word I will use because it's easier to say? My first experience of this idea is, I think, from movies and TV shows that had a supposedly token minority person on it. The argument is that only a superficial or minimal effort is made to be inclusive to minorities in order to give the appearance of diversity. And so a character from one of these minority groups is shoehorned into the story without any believable reason for them being there. And yes, I'm going to use this opportunity to talk about sitcoms again. Maybe I should just make some videos about sitcoms outside of the politics involved, because I kind of just always want to talk about sitcoms. Would you guys watch that? Often these characters are brought on the show specifically to engage the main characters about topics like race and sexuality, and beyond that they really serve no purpose. But other times they're brought on very clearly to address a lack of diversity, and often as a response to public criticism. So there are two issues I see with this idea of the token minority character. Firstly, it's difficult to determine when a character is in fact a token. I would never suggest that we be so cynical that anytime a minority character is added to a show or a movie, we then accuse the creators of tokenism. Sometimes characters who represent typically marginalized people add value to media that would clearly be lost without them, even if their characters aren't designed to start a conversation about social issues. But sometimes, of course, the token is kind of a shitty stereotype that reinforces negative sentiments towards already marginalized groups. But sometimes it's hard to say. Maybe, like most things, it's fucking complicated. Isn't that right, Sir Applesauce? The second problem with this idea is that it is remarkably similar to complaints of forced diversity from the reactionary right. I don't want to spend too much time on this idea because I don't think it's a very well thought out argument, but it's essentially the same concept on the surface. It's the notion that media creators force women and minorities into their stories simply to create a superficial image of diversity. The difference is in why they think it's bad to do that. While tokenism causes concern because of how it might caricature and dehumanize minorities and often reinforces negative stereotypes, forced diversity is usually cited as a pandering cash grab implemented at the expense of the quality of the story being told. Never mind that some of the most critically acclaimed and widely appreciated media gets accused of forced diversity, Steven Universe and Star Wars. This is dumb, of course, because it implies that it's okay for able-bodied cis-hetero white men to appear in media by default, but if a woman or a minority is added, there needs to be some explanation for them to be there. And it has to be a good, well-written character. Otherwise, that's evidence that it was forced. And never mind all of the terribly written white male characters, it's okay for those to exist. It's dumb, like I said. The problem is that sometimes these poor arguments slip into the tokenism conversation as well. the token person of color, for example, may seem to not have a purpose within the story, but who says they need to have a purpose? Or at least any more purpose than any other character would need in that role? Why can't they just be another person in this fictional world? I feel like we don't demand this level of complexity and backstory from white male characters. What I look for is whether or not the characters are objectified, otherized, or treated differently than the others. An important thing to note is that otherizing can be negative or positive. Sometimes characters in media are negative stereotypes, but also sometimes creators overcompensate by making minorities unrealistically virtuous, sometimes literally magical. This can still have the result of tokenizing characters by illuminating the fact that they're really kind of out of place in the world. I think when people who create media really care about their minority characters, they usually don't tokenize them. They treat them like humans, or at the very least with as much depth and care as they would any other character in that position. So I'm fortunate enough to have a lot of friends, and a lot of those friends are white. So depending on the social situation I'm in, I sometimes find myself the only black person and sometimes the only non-white person in the room. And sometimes people will joke that I'm the token black guy in the group. Now it's a joke, but you can understand that joke in multiple ways. Maybe it implies that white social groups might befriend a black guy just to demonstrate to the world that they're not racist. You know, the I'm not racist, I have a black friend thing. It's a meme that's been around for ages, and it's a perfect example of tokenism. Or it could satirize the fact that white friend groups often don't include people of color at all. So the fact that I'm there is fairly conspicuous. But again, are we going to argue that if a group of white people hangs out with a black person, that means they're tokenizing them? Tokenism is also an area of concern in the workplace. Much like what I've discussed before, sometimes companies hire minorities with the primary goal of avoiding criticism and creating a shallow appearance of diversity. But like with media and friend groups, just because a minority is added doesn't necessarily mean that the person isn't actually valued. As a black person, I have been in situations where I have felt like people are treating me differently, both in negative and positive ways. I've been in situations where a person has told me straight up, I'm giving you an opportunity, yes, because I value you, but also in large part because you are a minority. And I understand that diversity is important and minority voices are often silenced. Now, all you young folks out there, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like some of you might feel tokenized by a situation like that, because you are being treated differently than other people. But personally, I usually appreciate things like that. I think that one of the ways that allies help marginalized people is by using their influence to provide opportunities to them that wouldn't otherwise exist. And sometimes, as a black person or LGBTQ person or woman or disabled or neurodivergent person, it's efficient to take advantage of opportunities to increase your standing in the world, even if the intent of the person who gave you that opportunity is superficial. So you can then use your expanded resources to achieve your goals and help others achieve theirs. But as far as tokenism goes, I do think intent matters. If you get hired somewhere, or get promoted, or signal boosted, or you get invited into a friend group and you want to know if you've been tokenized or if you're the tokenizer, there are a couple things you can look for according to a great blog I read, which I'll link in the description. Those things are diversity, equity, and inclusion. Firstly, if the claim is that diversity is the goal, you should see an ongoing and earnest pursuit of it. If a company hires one gay person and never hires another one until that person leaves, that's a good sign of tokenism. If a showrunner creates a show with only a couple of black people, maybe check how many black people are on their next show. If it's still few and far in between, could be tokenism. If you're recommending YouTubers of color and you've been shouting out T1J and Cat Black for the past 4 years because you've never bothered to find any others, maybe it's tokenism. The second thing you need to look for is equity. Equity means equal access to resources and other things available to everyone involved. So if a company hires a disabled person but makes their salary lower than everyone else's, that's evidence of tokenism. If a minority is one of the main characters of a movie but barely gets any lines and dies in the first 20 minutes, probably a token. And finally, inclusion. which kind of encompasses the other two. Tokenism as a whole could arguably be succinctly described as diversity without inclusion. People from marginalized groups should feel just as important and just as valued as anyone else involved, and should be treated as individual human beings and not representatives of whatever group they happen to be in. If you tell everyone about your awesome good friend who's transgender, but never actually invite them to hang out like you would your other friends, that's probably tokenism. This is why minorities can often feel tokenized even when they're being promoted and given opportunities. So if you want to signal boost or endorse people from these groups, find a way to do so that's inclusive and not otherizing. Feel free to give special attention to people if you think they deserve it, but don't do it just because they happen to be a minority. It's like, are you helping me because you like me, or just because I'm black? And don't just stop there, remember the diversity and equity parts as well. At the end of the day, if you're not actively doing something just to avoid criticism and just to give the appearance of diversity, you're probably not guilty of tokenism. I think a lot of people just simply don't know how to navigate conversations about race and gender and sexuality, which is fair because it's complicated. Hyper-awareness of these things leads to stereotyping and generalizing, while attempts to erase these concepts ignores the fact that they play a big role in the everyday lives of millions of people. So I think we also have to analyze people's intent and meet people where they are. So how can we translate this strategy to political discussions and informing ourselves with diverse viewpoints? Finally, we address the actual question that was asked in the voicemail. But by now, hopefully you have some idea of what my answer is. The mere act of including, endorsing, or learning about marginalized people is not tokenism. In fact, James, what you're doing sounds like the opposite of tokenism. The problem with tokenism is that it ignores the whole purpose of diversity. Diversity is meant to bring together ideas, cultures, backgrounds, strengths, and talents from a wide variety of people. Tokenism focuses on quotas and group designation, but by making an effort to stay informed and expose yourself to a variety of viewpoints, you take advantage of the very strength of diversity. The only thing that sounds a little weird to me is that you seem to have a very specific number that you're trying to reach. Like I think you said at least half of the books you read. When we start thinking in terms of quotas, that's when we get into tokenism territory, in my opinion. I think you should feel free to make a special effort to seek out books by people from underrepresented groups. But if it gets to a point where you're just doing it out of a sense of obligation rather than a genuine desire to explore diverse ideas, that's when it starts to sound a little iffy. Now, I don't know you, James. Maybe you're reading all this stuff just so you can say you did, and just so you can go on Twitter and brag about how many books by women authors you've read. Maybe you spend money on most of your books, but all these books by minorities and marginalized people you check out at the library so you don't have to pay for them or support the authors. But I get the impression that you're probably all right and your friend's just being a little overzealous. Maybe tell them to take a break from social media for a while. Shit fucks with your mental. That's just me though. What do you think? So being poor kinda sucks. I think most people who are or have been poor would probably agree. Financial issues and lack of access to basic necessities are one of the biggest sources of stress and misfortune, and sometimes also illness and death for people across the world. In developing countries, the existence and pervasiveness of poverty can be the result of various circumstances, such as war and other political violence, historical colonialism, or ineffective or corrupt government. But there are various countries that generally do not have these problems, at least not to anywhere near the same degree. Yet poverty and near poverty continues to exist to some extent in virtually all of those places. For the purposes of this video, I'll define poverty as not having enough resources and or income to meet a basically acceptable standard of living. And of course, that's kind of a nebulous definition, as that standard might be a bit subjective. So there are cases where it's very clear, and there are also borderline cases. And of course, the amount of money and resources that is adequate for a person's needs will vary widely depending on what country they live in. Some snarky people like to say, well, dirt poor person in America is 10 times richer than them poor kids in Africa. And it's like, yeah, how does that help in any way? What's the point of saying that? But like I said, I think most people agree that poverty sucks. I think even people who have never been poor probably at the very least pity poor people. They understand that it's a bad thing that decreases the quality of people's lives. And I think that most people aren't sociopaths and generally dislike watching other people suffer. And by any reasonable account, rich countries with functioning governments and access to vast resources should be able to mostly eliminate poverty if it became a priority to do so. The money is there, the resources are there, we can see it. In reality, there's enough food and resources in the world such that no one on Earth should be poor, especially as technology advances. There's this idea floating around this conversation that the world either is now or will soon be overpopulated, such that our planet will literally be unable to sustain us. And insofar as millions of people live in extreme poverty and die every day from preventable causes, I'd say we're already there. But in a future where we re-examine our lifestyle choices and reframe poverty as unacceptable, it's possible the Earth could sustain even more people than we have now. But we don't do that really as a human society or as nations, and in many cases we don't even try. I mean, some people and some organizations work to reduce poverty, but it doesn't seem to be largely considered a coordinated priority by human society at large. And I think that's for many reasons, but I think one of those reasons is because a lot of developed societies have been conditioned to tolerate poverty. There are other reasons that developed countries neglect to sufficiently address poverty, but that's the one I'm going to focus on in this video. Let them eat cake. So we're in election season here in the United States, and a problem that we have when it comes to elections is the various ways politicians engage in voter suppression. One of the ways they attempt to make it harder for certain people to vote is by requiring official identification before they can cast their ballot. Now, this may not sound like a big deal, but for very poor people, this can be a significant roadblock. Where I live in Alabama, getting a state-issued ID costs about $40, which is actually a recent increase. It used to be closer to $25. Not to mention the gas money it takes to get to a DMV or other county office. And this is assuming you even own or are physically able to drive a car, because if not, the transportation costs are likely higher. Because of this, a lot of people don't bother getting IDs or renewing them when they expire, particularly the elderly or disabled, students, and poor people. Sometimes when I talk about this with people, the conversation kind of goes like this. Well, I understand $40 is not a small amount, but why don't they just suck it up and go pay it if they want to vote? Some people can't afford to pay it. I know some people are struggling, but they're just gonna have to cut out the McDonald's and beer money for a couple of weeks if it's that important to them. No, you're not getting it. Some people don't have an extra $40, period. Also, you shouldn't have to give up things you like just to vote. Voting is a basic right. You're telling me that an American citizen with a job can't scrounge together $40 to get an ID? Yeah, sometimes. I've realized that one big reason some people tolerate poverty is because they don't actually understand that it exists. And this comes from progressive people even sometimes. Like, they get that some people live on the streets and that some people have to work multiple low-paying jobs to survive, but they're just ignorant of the tangible day-to-day struggles. Yeah, some people literally don't have $40. Sometimes when you come home from work, pay the bills and feed the kids, there's zero left after that. Sometimes you don't even have enough to do those things. Sometimes you have to make a choice between paying rent or buying groceries for the month. A few months ago, sociology professor Dr. Sarah Goldrick-Rab tweeted that every day real college students drop out of college because they can't afford an unexpected bill of even $200. To which conservative economist Michael Strain responded, "Can they not get a credit card?" He later clarified, "To be clear, I have no doubt that many hard-working students do not have ample financial resources, but concern over $200 is surely exaggerated. And I think dropping out due to financial stress is a real issue, but finding $200 isn't." I had to read this exchange a bunch of times to see if I was missing something. Maybe there's context loss because it is Twitter after all. Twitter's still bad, but it really seems to be inconceivable to Mr. Strain that a poor college student would not be able to put together $200, to the extent that he is suggesting taking on credit card debt for money that he knows the hypothetical student doesn't have. A wholesome tonic for lazy people. If you ask the question, why are poor people poor, you'll no doubt get a different answer depending on who you ask. My answer would be that, like everything, it's fucking complicated. But some people think they've got it all figured out. Based on the polls I've found, a growing number of people seem to basically understand that there are dysfunctional and unequal systems that result in widespread poverty. But a roughly equal number of people blame poverty on other things, such as bad choices, drugs, and lack of work ethic. Add that to the fact that a lot of people attribute financial success to hard work and ambition, it's no wonder why Americans and residents of other developed countries are willing to tolerate poverty. It's the nebulous and problematic concept of meritocracy. The people who are smarter and who work harder and who make better choices should and will inevitably succeed. So why should we help the poor? If they worked harder and made better choices, they wouldn't be poor. It is justifiable for a lazy or immoral person to be punished for those choices. This style of argument is really popular in right-wing circles, but I think even people on the other parts of the spectrum subconsciously internalize this idea that wealth is a reward for exceptional people, and that if there were no consequences for poor choices, it would devalue the notions of hard work and talent. Now, I personally find it an appealing concept that people who work harder and have great ideas should be proportionally rewarded for that. However, in practice, this seems to not really play out quite like that all the time. Sure, there are people who become financially successful because they worked hard or because they had a profitable idea or made smart investments. There's an idea on the left that every rich person either became rich by being evil or just kind of lucked into their wealth through inheritance or nepotism or something, which is kind of silly. I mean, while some people become rich due to inheritance or luck, probably most rich people became rich due in large part to their own work and choices they personally made. But it's just so much more complicated than that, to the extent that it could be its own video. Thomas Corley, a researcher for Business Insider, asserted that there were 4 major types of people who become millionaires. The saver investor, a person who consistently saved and invested their money over a period of many years, essentially their whole lives. The big company senior executive, essentially people who found a job at a big company and worked their way up to a senior management position. The virtuoso, people who have invested time into becoming one of the best in their field, setting them apart from the competition. And the dreamer entrepreneur, the person who had a dream and pursued it into extreme wealth. This includes business owners, but also authors, musicians, and actors. And these are all fine and good to me, but the thing I noticed that they all have in common is that they kind of all require you to already not be poor. Arguably, you can still save and invest money when you're poor. I personally think you should, but I acknowledge it is extremely presumptuous to ask a person who lives paycheck to paycheck to put 20% of their income into savings and investments. And of course, even if you do save, if you've got barely any income to do so, your potential gains in the future are severely stunted. And you can't just walk into some corporate headquarters and force them to hire you. You've got to develop qualifications and experience, which usually requires going to college, which at least in this country is very expensive. And if you're taking that route, you have to hope that A, the company and industry remains successful, and B, you don't get laid off for some reason. Similarly, becoming a virtuoso or dreamer usually requires a tremendous time and money investment. You've got to pay for classes and education. You might need equipment or technology. It costs money to start and run a business. It's not something most poor people can even really do. And it's acknowledged by Corley that most of these paths require some amount of risk, and many of the people took huge setbacks in their paths to wealth. The problem is that most poor people can't afford to take those kinds of risks. It's often literally a matter of eating or going hungry, shelter or being out on the street, life or death. But really, the main problem with this mindset is it doesn't add up from the other end. Sure, people work hard and succeed, but people also work hard and struggle. One of the absolute most infuriating things people say is that people are poor because they don't work hard enough. Those who say poor folks don't work hard must have never gotten to know a poor person before. Those who live in poverty are essentially required to work hard, or else they can't really stay alive. You telling me that single mom that works 65 hours a week across 2 jobs in order to feed her kids isn't working hard? The folks slaving away in hot kitchens and dirty factories to keep the lights on, they don't work hard? Absolutely fuck out of here with that noise. This is where this whole concept falls apart. We pretend to glorify hard work, but at the same time we devalue hard work when it's done by poor people. Methinks it's not actually about the work. But really, ultimately, even if the reason poor people are poor is because they don't work hard or aren't smart enough, which I'd argue it largely isn't, it doesn't matter. What kind of sadistic society looks upon a class of people who can barely afford food and other basic necessities and say, I'm okay with that? This absurdity was lampooned in George Bernard Shaw's play Major Barbara. If a man is indolent, let him be poor. If he is drunken, let him be poor. If he is not a gentleman, let him be poor. If he is addicted to the fine arts or to pure science instead of trade and finance, let him be poor. If he chooses to spend his wages on his beer and his family instead of saving it up for his old age, let him be poor. Let nothing be done for the undeserving. Let him be poor. Serve him right. And I see this sentiment expressed unironically in real life all the time. It's mind-boggling. We've convinced ourselves so thoroughly that poverty is the result of bad behavior that we're willing to literally watch people suffer. It's amazing the ways in which humans rationalize cruelty. We should want to keep people from suffering, not as a reward for hard work or grit or sacrifice, but just because protecting people's safety and well-being is what decent humans, and for that matter government, ought to do. The thing in this conversation that is bad is not laziness or stupidity or misfortune or criminality or drugs. The thing at the forefront that is bad is poverty. Not Robin Hood, but Adam Smith. Perhaps the most disappointing reason that individuals seem to tolerate poverty is the idea of a zero-sum winners and losers game. There may still be some people out there who glorify poverty, who think it's humbling or holy, but in large part I think that most people don't want to be poor. I'd go as far as saying that most people probably want to be wealthy. Not everybody desires to be a billionaire, but it's hard to argue against the assertion that being financially independent and flexible is pretty much ideal. But in a society and in a world where there is economic inequality, it makes sense that for some people to be wealthy, that probably implies that other people have to not be wealthy. In order for there to be a boss, there has to be people that the boss bosses. And because we demean and devalue labor that is typically done by poor people, we've reached a point where nobody really wants to do that kind of labor. We all want to be the boss, but somebody has to do it. Somebody has to work in kitchens and scrub toilets and do hair and take tickets at the movie theater. And we're okay with those people barely being able to afford basic needs because somebody's got to do it. We just don't want it to be us. We've got higher aspirations. It's gotten so bad that some people actively campaign against increasing wages and benefits and working conditions for people in these types of jobs. They're supposed to be the losers. That's what those jobs are for. They don't deserve more money, but me, I deserve more. And you know, maybe it is zero-sum. There's a finite amount of wealth and resources available in the world, and there's a shit ton of people, and that number continues to grow. But as I implied earlier, I think there's enough to go around. It is ridiculous that there are simultaneously people with more wealth than what is needed for 100 lifetimes, and also people who literally can't afford food and shelter. It's just not a dichotomy that should exist in any just world. And to be fair, most of that wealth is being hoarded by a very small number of people who by and large don't seem to want to give it up. But I think a large reason they've been able to pull this off is by working to convince us that we should tolerate poverty and think of wealth as a reward for clever people. But as you might have guessed, I don't think we should tolerate poverty. Poverty is suffering. Poverty ruins lives, it ruins legacies, it harms children, it kills people. Those facts alone should encourage us all to take action to eliminate and prevent it, especially when the resources needed to do so are readily available. And I don't mean giving to charities, I mean fixing the systems that reinforce it in the first place. And I want to be clear, it doesn't matter to me how many bad choices a person makes. First of all, a lot of those choices are made under the duress of poverty. Poverty leads to unhappiness and desperation. It can cause stress and mental illness. Poor folks have less access to proper education and mentoring. So yeah, maybe some bad choices were made. but also maybe not. Did a poor child choose to be born into a family that was struggling to put food on the table? Do people choose the fact that jobs won't pay you any money unless you obtain a degree you can't afford? Either way, when people are suffering, we figure out how to fix that, regardless of how it got that way. In my view, it is the only morally sound option. You don't leave people to die just because you think they made bad choices, unless you're some kind of monster. And if preventing suffering and death requires some rich people to be less rich, that seems like a no-brainer of a trade-off to me. But we'll never get there unless we decide en masse that poverty is an unacceptable condition. We have to refer to poverty as what it truly is: human suffering. And allowing human suffering when we have the tools to address it is tantamount to a crime against humanity. That's just me though. What do you think? So, as many of you who've been watching for a while might know, I have always resisted referring to this channel as educational and myself as any kind of expert or thought leader. I mostly see this channel as an opportunity to start conversations about things I find interesting. And while I generally research and think carefully about my message, I don't think my takes are in and of themselves any more valid or useful than yours. In fact, I routinely interact with members of my audience who clearly have more knowledge and insight than I do on the subjects I discuss, and I always appreciate feedback from those types of people. All that said, I don't tend to shy away from my own opinions in these videos. I'm often praised for taking a measured look at topics from several angles, but ultimately the videos I make are opinion essays. Usually they are arguments for a particular viewpoint. I'd like to think that my arguments are sometimes compelling or at least entertaining, or maybe there are 150,000 people just hate watching. But some things are hard to argue for. Philosophy is fascinating to me because it often involves trying to create arguments for things that can't really be proven to be true or false. Moral philosophy considers how people ought to behave, but this seems to be extremely subjective to the era in which you live, to the culture you belong to, and even to each individual. If there's any common thread through my videos, it is, or at least I would like it to be, an encouragement of compassion and thoughtfulness for other humans. But the assertion that you ought to be like that is a moral argument, and I haven't really spent too much time making an argument for why you should show compassion and be thoughtful. It's kind of taken for granted on this channel that it's a good way to be. But I fully appreciate the fact that not everyone agrees that it's always necessary to be compassionate and thoughtful. I even understand that people may have different ideas of what those words mean than I do. However, I believe that if I'm doing my job well, most people should understand what I mean when I use those words. And I also believe that most people who will watch my videos agree that those are good things. The people that don't are free to watch, but I suppose they aren't the target audience. And it's hard to really go beyond that. Maybe one day we can have that philosophical discussion about why I think compassion is the way to go, but alas, that day is not today. Today we're going to talk about healthcare. And the reason I say all this is because my views on healthcare are largely based on my moral worldview. And if we have a fundamental disagreement on what is morally correct in the first place, then all the follow-up arguments will fall flat. So I'm guessing you've read the title of the video and probably have already had your initial reaction to it, whether you agree or disagree. But in order to continue, we've got to define our terms. A lot of the disagreement on the issue of whether healthcare is a right boils down to pedantic debates about what a right even is. At its most basic level, having a right to something means either that you're allowed to do something or that something is owed to you. So you may have a right to express yourself freely, or you may have a right to a lawyer when accused of a crime. This also implies that the negative versions of these are true, namely that you are allowed not to do something. That is, you have a right not to be compelled to do something you don't want to do, or to have something done to you that you do not consent to. So you may have a right to remain silent when detained by the police, or you may have a right not to be assaulted. All of the examples I've given fit roughly into a legal framework of rights. And the concept of rights is fundamental to the law. In fact, the primary function of the law in modern democracies is to enforce and protect people's rights. And while there is global pressure for all nations to adopt equitable humanist policy, ultimately each country decides what rights it legally affords its people. For example, in the United States, you have the right to publicly sympathize with enemies of the country or disgraced historical figures who are widely regarded as villains, like slaveholders or dictators. People might hate you for it, but you generally won't get arrested. However, in South Korea, the citizens do not have the legal right to sympathize with Kim Jong-un in North Korea. It's literally illegal, and they have arrested several people accused of doing so. It's not a one-to-one comparison, but hopefully you get the point. But the law is only one of several ways to conceptualize rights. Another way is to talk about natural rights. These are rights that people supposedly have from birth just by virtue of being a person. They are universal and independent of any laws or customs. They cannot be repealed or revoked. They are inalienable. Some argue that these rights are granted by a god, while others say that the very nature of humanity implies these rights. Perhaps the most famous concept that is proposed as a natural right is the right to life, which is to imply that it is immoral to kill or attempt to kill another human who wishes not to die. The problem here is we're getting back into moral philosophy territory. There have been many great discussions throughout history about whether or not natural rights or objective moral laws exist, and you should look into it. I think it would be enriching. But as I said before, it's hard to make sound arguments about fundamental moral principles. How can you prove that humans have universal, inalienable moral rights? And even if you could, how could you determine exactly what they were? You pretty much can't. You just have to make the best argument you have and hope it rings true in other people's minds. And it's hard to really go beyond that. So one other way we can discuss the notion of rights is with regard to social contracts. These are quite simply rights that we grant to each other just because we agreed as a society that it would be good to do that. So for example, instead of arguing that we have the right to life just by virtue of being a human, we come together as a society and decide that killing each other is kind of a huge bummer. Like we mostly all would rather not be killed. And we also generally don't like it when other people get killed. So let's agree not to do that to each other, and let's condemn or punish those that do. And of course, these socially mandated rights often but not always intertwine with or are the basis for legal rights. Murder is illegal in virtually every country, so that lines up nicely. These can definitely contradict though. In America, we have the legal right to bear firearms, and we sure damn do it. However, it's pretty much statistically demonstrable that our love of guns results in thousands of arguably preventable deaths of innocent people every year. So our agreement to protect each other's right to life has clashed with our legal right to bear arms. But that brings up another issue. While I'd say it's pretty clear that the right to life implies a duty to avoid killing each other, does it also involve a responsibility to protect each other from dying? Imagine you see a stranger crossing the street. They're on the phone, not paying attention. All of a sudden, a car comes speeding down the road and you can tell it's not stopping. Would you yell out to that person and try to get their attention in hopes that they could move out of the way of the speeding car? My guess is that most of you would. And if you didn't and the person was killed, you would probably feel bad. Correct me if I'm wrong. But the real question is, should you? That is to say, do you have a moral responsibility to do what you can to keep this person from being killed or severely injured? This is the strength of the social contract when compared to the law. As far as I know, it wouldn't be illegal in most places to neglect to say something to this ill-fated stranger. But in that moment, most of us would understand how potentially awful this situation is and spring to action. And we would want someone to do the same for us. So I do think that the social contract not only involves not directly killing people, but also doing what we can to prevent people who do not wish to die from dying. Now, I don't necessarily think that it should be illegal to fail to prevent someone's death. That seems like a potentially dangerous precedent. And I also think the law plays a role in certain cases where the social contract cannot. I'll talk about that a little more later. Now, of course, we didn't all meet in a convention center somewhere and come up with rules about how we should treat each other. much of this social contract is implied and subconsciously adhered to. Most of the time when humans are unsupervised and left to their own devices, they don't typically just run around killing and hurting and robbing each other. And I don't think it's because we're afraid of the legal consequences. I think it's because we don't want to. The idea of harming another innocent person is distasteful to most of us. This is partly because, as many studies show, humans seem to be born with an inclination towards empathy and caring for others. This behavior needs to be reinforced, however. Thankfully, it seems to be the case that most modern societies value compassion and empathy, which has helped condition our subconscious mind to react negatively to human suffering. This is also why I don't feel a pressing need to explain to you why you should be nice to people, because I feel like you probably already believe you should. Of course, people harm each other and do unkind things all the time, essentially breaking the contract, and this is unfortunate. But we also see time and time again that even if the law can't, society tends to condemn and ostracize the people that egregiously break the contract. And in my opinion, this simply emphasizes the fact that the contract actually exists. It's also true that moral inclinations are sometimes based on our political views, which can lead to disagreements about the details of the social contract. For example, some people may believe that abortion is a violation of the right to life, while some people disagree that the human fetus is in fact a person with rights. But that debate is beyond the scope of this video. I just want to emphasize that, like everything else, it's fucking complicated. So if we generally believe in a right to life, it is natural, to me at least, to extrapolate from that a right to some standard of good health. And again, I think most people want to be healthy, and I think most people have a negative reaction to seeing other people get hurt and sick. So once again, I believe we've generally agreed to not cause each other to get hurt and sick, and to condemn or punish those who do. And this is usually a legally protected right as well. It's usually against the law to cause people physical harm. But again, the question is, does this also imply a responsibility to do what we can to prevent people from becoming hurt or sick? If you recently quit working at a restaurant because you learned the cooks used diseased rats they found in the alley as meat for the chili, do you think you have a moral responsibility to, at the very least, discourage people from eating there? You'd probably want someone to do it for you. But when we're talking about health, it goes even deeper. With life, it's like either you have it or you don't, and there's not much crossing between the two states. But with health, there's something called health care. And adequate health care can cause your health situation to go from bad to good. And some people need adequate health care in order to enjoy their right to life, because they might die or suffer otherwise. I can't speak for other countries, but in the United States, we provide emergency health care to everyone who seeks it. If you show up at the emergency room, you will be treated regardless of your situation. You'll get a huge fucking bill later, but you'll receive health care. Why do we do this? Put another way, should we do this? If we fail to do this, are we doing something unethical or immoral? Some people argue that healthcare is a commodity and not a right, but what other commodity is guaranteed to people regardless of their ability to pay for it? It's bizarre to even say the words out loud. That don't sound like a commodity to me. And I think the reason that we care for people even when they can't afford to pay for it is because we as a society collectively believe that people deserve or are owed healthcare. And we want someone to do it for us. Former Congressman and famed libertarian Ron Paul was asked a few years ago if people who couldn't afford healthcare should be left to die. Paul himself gave a roundabout non-answer, but someone in the audience was very confident about their answer.
Are you saying the society should just let him die?
No.
And I suppose this is where the initial thought about fundamental moral disagreements comes into play. To me, saying that you should let someone whom you have the ability to care for simply die because they can't afford the treatment is thoroughly reprehensible. But I suspect that most of you watching this video wouldn't simply let someone die if you had the ability to care for them. Not merely because you just happen to be a nice person, but because you believe it's the right thing to do. Now, a lot of people might agree with the idea of the social and moral responsibility to care for others, but they might argue that this doesn't mean we should be legally compelled to. But laws, just like moral worldviews, are essentially a list of things we ought and ought not do, and are generally informed by what we inherently already believe as a society. In modern democracies, it's things like life and safety and freedom and privacy. I don't think those kinds of laws would exist if we weren't already an empathetic species. Law also, in theory, provides an impartial and organized basis by which to think about interpersonal conduct. And it also provides standardized recourse for disputes and rights violations. And some form of legal system also seems to be necessary to protect other kinds of rights that aren't particularly covered by the social contract. For example, freedom of the press is not specifically related to human empathy, but many countries have declared it a fundamental right. And I'm not sure how you sufficiently enforce that sort of right without legal and government protections. So yeah, in order for rights to mean anything in the grand scheme of things, there probably needs to be some kind of legal resource when those rights are being violated. Society can condemn and ostracize a murderer as much as they want, but this doesn't compensate the families of their victims, nor does it prevent them from committing more crimes. You need more organized justice for something like that. One argument I hear a lot from conservatives is that you cannot have a right to something that must be provided by someone else. This is supposedly a violation of that person's right to choose their own labor.
You have no right to demand medical care of me. I may recognize your necessity, I may offer charity. My friends and I may choose to band together and fund your medical care, but your necessity does not change the basic math. Medical care is a service and a good provided by a third party. No matter how much I need bread, I do not have a right to steal your wallet or hold up the local bakery to obtain it.
But this is an inconsistent argument. In America, one of our most fundamental rights is the right to a lawyer and a right to a trial by jury. Both of those things require the services of other people: the lawyers, the judges, the jury, the court reporter, and all the other staff. The right to vote requires the services of many volunteers and government employees. You can't just autonomously vote, you need other people to facilitate that for you. Most labor rights must be provided by someone else. Someone else has to provide you with safe and ethical working conditions. Someone else usually sends you your paycheck, and someone else has to make sure they pay you at least a minimum wage. So this idea that something can't be a right if it's provided by someone else is kind of a random and unprecedented argument. And again, this idea is contradicted by the fact that we provide emergency healthcare to everyone even when they can't afford it. So we already force people to provide medical care, usually on the hospital's dime. And as much as people argue against healthcare as a right, I don't think I've ever seen someone argue that hospitals should discharge or refuse care to patients who can't afford the costs, except maybe Ron Paul. I think it's because they understand that that would be downright cruel. Can you imagine walking into a car dealership and expecting to leave with a car even when you have no money? You'd be tossed out by security in a heartbeat because you don't have a right to any of those cars. You do, however, have a right to be cared for when you are hurt or sick. If you didn't, there would have been no incentive for the American Congress to pass the Emergency Medical Treatment and Active Labor Act in 1986, which is the law that requires hospital emergency care for everyone seeking treatment. Given that social organizing is clearly not adequate for enforcing and ensuring access to health care, we need some kind of legal recourse when this right is violated. So then you might argue, we technically do provide health care to everyone. You said it yourself. We just send a bill afterward that they likely aren't able to pay. Well, besides the fact that requiring someone to pay for something you know they can't afford is an idiotic system, burdening folks with tremendous amounts of debt and likely stress and suffering for simply pursuing something they have a legal right to pursue is, in my opinion, extremely unethical. But more importantly, adequate healthcare is more than just emergency services. It's primary care, it's preventative care, it's mental health services, it's reproductive health services, it's family and child care, it's access to drugs, access to health information, and much more. And in many places, including the United States, these services are not guaranteed to people, even those with health insurance. Because if your deductible is too high, then in some cases it's virtually the same as not having insurance. Many people have health insurance but still never receive care because they can't afford the out-of-pocket costs. And this seems to me to be an example of our right to a quality standard of health being violated. If you can't afford something, you do not have access to it. Now, can we just snap our fingers and give everyone free healthcare and everything works out great? Well, obviously not. Healthcare is an extremely complex system and is going to require a lot of work and discussion to make it function for everyone. But we should approach the problem with the given premise and end goal of guaranteeing access to adequate healthcare for everyone. My guess is that the whole thing will never work as long as the profit incentive reigns supreme. Because profit-based healthcare usually doesn't incentivize good healthcare. No matter how much the government regulates them, insurance and drug companies will continue forever to do whatever they can to screw over the people who need healthcare the most, because that is what will make them the most money, and because healthcare customers are in a compromised position. It is an unbalanced transaction. They're not buying t-shirts or hamburgers, they're buying the drugs that allow them to keep going to work or the procedures that save their lives. You cannot have a fair negotiation with someone who literally holds the things that you need to stay alive. Are there roadblocks for this kind of transition? Of course. Will there be trade-offs and compromises? Probably. You'll notice I consistently use the phrase adequate healthcare rather than amazing top-notch healthcare. And that's because it seems fairly likely that it wouldn't be possible to provide the absolute best possible healthcare with the latest technologies and shortest wait times to every single person in any given country, much less the world. And I also acknowledge that much of the medical innovation that we've seen has happened largely through marketplace incentives. However, I do not believe that that innovation is worth the massive human suffering and death caused by unequal access to healthcare. I believe quite strongly that a cost barrier to healthcare is morally wrong, and this is just another reason why. Sure, markets drive innovation, but working and middle-class people have unequal access to the benefits of that innovation. Are we seriously arguing that it's okay for poor and middle-class people to die so rich people can have good healthcare? That sounds profoundly immoral to me. So if we have to slow down innovation so less people die and suffer because they can't afford healthcare, that's a no-brainer of a choice in my opinion. Even if healthcare was a commodity, human lives and bodies are certainly not, and shouldn't be treated as just another numerical factor in some healthcare market equation. All of our systems should put the rights of people first. I mentioned the fact that in many countries, citizens have the right to an attorney if they're accused of a crime. And in general, no one challenges this right. We generally think it's a good thing. But the situation regarding public defenders isn't pretty. Public defenders don't tend to make a lot of money and are usually overloaded with cases, which usually means they can't spend the time needed to handle cases as well as private lawyers. That said, public defenders still work hard and do their jobs the best they can. And as I mentioned before, this is a right that must be provided to you by someone else. It's not a commodity. And because of that, there is increased demand for the service and undersupply of defenders. There's government regulation surrounding budgets and salaries, and it's rarely the first choice of anyone pursuing a career in law. Now, I'm no expert on how to fix those problems, but I'm not convinced that we're just doomed to have a broken and inefficient system of public defenders. And I certainly would love to see some progress in that area. Nevertheless, no one, as far as I've seen, has proposed eliminating public defenders or the right to an attorney. In spite of these issues, we still hold it as a fundamental right, because that was our premise, that was the goal. And even though it's not perfect, people by and large have access to public defenders when they can't afford attorneys, and it would be way worse if they didn't. And that's how I think we in the United States should approach healthcare. Every other developed country has done it. And maybe they're not perfect systems, although by most measures they seem to be mostly better than what we have here. But by and large, everyone in those countries has equal access to healthcare, and it would be way worse if they didn't. We need to set our goal as free or affordable, universal access to healthcare, and then build around that. Because humans have a right to a basic standard of good health, and this can only be achieved by guaranteeing adequate healthcare to all people. That's just me, though. What do you think? What's up, everyone? I just wanted to talk about a couple of things that have been on my mind in the wake of not only the death of George Floyd and other black people, but also the continued harassment and violence against black people in America and the recent string of riots across the country. A big part of my channel has always been to try and provide some ideas and get conversations started about race issues. And I've always tried to be very thoughtful and civil when presenting these topics in a way that requires me to kind of step out of myself, because as a human being, as an American, and as a black person, these things can cause a great deal of anger and sadness. I made a video a few years ago in response to the death of Philando Castile, another black man killed by a police officer, an event that actually happened about 15 minutes away from the death of George Floyd. In that video, I questioned whether America can even be considered safe for black people to live in. In many ways, America is hostile to people of all races, especially those within the poor and working class. But this hostility is greatly multiplied for black folks. Virtually every American institution is saturated with racism, and that racism often results in violence towards black people. Police brutality is just one infuriating example of that. It's difficult to determine what black people are even supposed to do in this situation. I'm in favor of activism, fundraising, voting, and raising awareness through things like rallies, protests, and informative or creative media. I don't think that sitting at home and waiting for things to change is the correct answer. But it's often hard to figure out how effective these things actually are. Black people have been oppressed in America for centuries, and we've also been fighting and protesting for centuries. No doubt things are better for black people than they were 100 years ago, but when we continue to see things that spit in our faces, like the election of a racist president and police officers continuing to get away with killing black people, you start to wonder if you need to figure something else out. Ultimately, people with power must be the ones to change. Lawmakers have to rewrite laws, and political leaders must hold each other accountable. We can protest all we want, but ultimately the police system has to take its own actions. If they're unwilling to do these things, we either have to convince them or replace them. And it seems like we've done a pretty poor job of convincing them so far. The simplest way to replace them is, in my opinion, to show up at the polls and vote for people who have the influence and power to move things more quickly. And I hope that we continue to express our anger and discontent through our votes. But it's possible that this won't work either. It could be that we're outnumbered. Perhaps the number of people who either support or are unwilling to oppose systemic racism is greater than those who want it to be defeated. I never would have thought this about my country, but the election of Donald Trump really raises some eyebrows. Historically, if the people in power could not be convinced or replaced, rebellion was the last option. America itself was established through rebellion. African slaves rebelled against the injustice of slavery, and the institution of slavery was eventually abolished through violence. Rioting and looting is a tricky issue, however. Rioting, in my opinion, can be a legitimate form of protest. Unlike a peaceful protest, a riot is very hard to ignore. There's a fallout. There is evidence of its occurrence after it's done. I honestly have no problems with pulling down racist monuments or vandalizing a police vehicle. But I also have no problem with the city attempting to enforce the law and keep people safe. This is a natural tension that's going to happen with things like this, and any protester should be prepared to deal with it. I'm less in favor of looting stores, attacking individuals, or destroying people's livelihoods by burning down businesses, especially locally owned businesses. Now, from what I've seen throughout history, what seems to happen is that there's a demonstration or even an intense riot, but then people take advantage of the chaos by looting stores for their own personal gain or causing destruction just for the sake of doing it and not for any political message. Here in Birmingham, where I live, it's been suggested that most of the rioters were people who came in from out of town, and a significant portion of them were actually white people. We've also seen reasons to believe that outside agents might be infiltrating these demonstrations and starting riots in an attempt to discredit the movement. But I also understand that sometimes when you're angry and frustrated, you just want to tear some shit up. You want someone to be punished for the hurt that you feel. I think in such cases, you just have to remember who you're fighting against, you know? The local sandwich shop is not your enemy. There are some people who believe that violent revolution is our only option. I'm not one of those people, but if that's what you're gonna do, don't be a coward and co-opt someone else's peaceful protest. I also want to say that the way police handle these things is often awful itself. I have seen so many videos and accounts of non-violent protesters and members of the press being assaulted by police. In fact, it seems like police are more likely to attack you when you're being peaceful than when you're participating in a violent riot. And personally, I'd like to hold the police to a higher standard than random rioters in the street, but they can be just as ridiculous. Now look, I'm not going to pretend like I have all the answers or that I know the absolute correct course of action. What I do know is they keep killing people, and disproportionately those are black people. And as of yet, I'm not seeing much progress towards making that stop. So when your community is under attack, literally by state-sponsored forces, I'm not going to blame anyone whose first instinct is to try to defend themselves, in whatever way they conclude is necessary. I'm not sure what else you'd have them do. A lot of people bring up Martin Luther King Jr., who was famous for his non-violent methods of protest. He's gone down in history as one of the most significant civil rights leaders, leading people to argue that his nonviolent model is the one we should all follow. But King was one of many black figures of the civil rights era. A lot of white people talk about black history as if Martin Luther King and Harriet Tubman were the only black people in the history of America to ever accomplish anything. In fact, there have been many black political activists, many of whom criticized King and disagreed with his message. During King's time, there were leaders such as Malcolm X and Kwame Ture who were skeptical of King's nonviolent approach. Eventually, Bobby Seale and Huey Newton founded the Black Panther Party, which advocated armed resistance and socialist revolution. They were so influential that the United States government devoted substantial resources into investigating and weakening them. And even before the era of Dr. King, leaders such as Frederick Douglass were outspoken supporters of Black rebellion. Now, these stories are very complex and nuanced, and American schools generally do a bad job of teaching Black history. But the point I'm making is, it's not true that Martin Luther King Jr. did some peaceful protests and gave some speeches and then single-handedly changed everyone's minds. The progress we've seen is due to the combined efforts of Black leaders and activists throughout history, some of whom disagreed on the best path forward, but all of whom contributed towards shaping the world and making it a little better for people of color. Another thing people fail to realize is that Martin Luther King Jr. was very unpopular during his time. So whether or not something is palatable to the white masses is not a good measure of whether it is the right thing to do. King is always referenced in these situations. People who oppose violent riots like to remind us of his non-violent methods, while activists often respond by pointing out that King himself once stated that riots are the language of the unheard. Both ideas are out of context though. For the remainder of this video, I'll share more of the words of the speech that contains that quote, because it gives context to this silly squabble about whether King would approve of the recent riots, and also because I think it is exactly the message I personally want to send at this moment. I will continue to condemn riots, and continue to say to my brothers and sisters that this is not the way, and continue to affirm that there is another way. But at the same time, it is as necessary for me to be as vigorous in condemning the conditions which cause persons to feel that they must engage in riotous activities as it is for me to condemn riots. I think America must see that riots do not develop out of thin air. Certain conditions continue to exist in our society which must be condemned as vigorously as we condemn riots. But in the final analysis, a riot is the language of the unheard. And what is it that America has failed to hear? It has failed to hear that the plight of the Negro poor has worsened over the last few years. It has failed to hear that the promises of freedom and justice have not been met. And it has failed to hear that large segments of white society are more concerned about tranquility and the status quo than about justice, equality, and humanity. And so, in a real sense, our nation's summers of riots are caused by our nation's winters of delay. And as long as America postpones justice, we stand in the position of having these recurrences of violence and riots over and over again. Social justice and progress are the absolute guarantors of riot prevention. Time is neutral. It can be used either constructively or destructively. And I'm absolutely convinced that the forces of ill will in our nation, the extreme rightists in our nation, have often used time much more effectively than the forces of goodwill. And it may well be that we will have to repent in this generation, not merely for the vitriolic words of the bad people and the violent actions of the bad people, but for the appalling silence and indifference of the good people who sit around and say, wait on time. Somewhere we must come to see that social progress never rolls in on the wheels of inevitability. It comes through the tireless efforts and the persistent work of dedicated individuals. And without this hard work, time itself becomes an ally of the primitive forces of social stagnation. And so we must help time, and we must realize that the time is always right to do right. So a few weeks ago, I woke up and looked at Instagram, and it was all black. Hi, I'm T1J.
Follow me.
Everyone was uploading blank black squares to social media, essentially to express solidarity with black people and the Black Lives Matter movement in the wake of the deaths of Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, and Breonna Taylor, as well as the general perpetual violence and discrimination against black people in America. Each post was labeled with the hashtag Blackout Tuesday. Blackout Tuesday began as an event called The Show Must Be Paused, organized by Jamila Thomas and Brianna Agyemang, two black female music executives. Their goal was to pause business as usual, starting with the music industry, and force people to pay attention to and have conversations about these injustices. The Show Must Be Paused did not suggest symbolic gestures on social media. In fact, it mainly suggested three things. One, to stop business as usual and begin to have these difficult conversations about racism and police brutality. Two, to donate your time and money to the families of these victims, as well as to causes fighting injustice. And three, to take a break if you have been personally affected by these events and need a minute to work on your mental health. There was nothing about black squares. So anyway, I scrolled on Instagram for a little bit, and the posts eventually started to change. People would upload the black square, or they're like edit the post that they already upload, but then they would change it to say, when you upload your black square, don't put hashtag Black Lives Matter because that's drowning out a hashtag that people might actually find useful at this time. And by the end of the day, a bunch of people on my feed were basically bickering about the correct way to post nothing on Instagram. And it just seemed overall that this was a silly, failed exercise. And I think we see this kind of thing a lot. And I'm not saying it's necessarily bad. The internet has made it so easy to communicate and share ideas. The technology we have available to make things happen very quickly is remarkable. So I don't want to come off as saying that just because something is easy means it is bad or not worth doing. You just have to kind of make sure you're actually doing something. Now, I think symbolic gestures can be fine. A popular one in our culture is the moment of silence, often done in reverence to the recently deceased. In fact, on Blackout Tuesday, many creators, companies, and outlets produced 9 minutes of silence or minimalized programming, reflecting the length of time that a police officer pressed his knee against George Floyd's neck, ultimately resulting in his death. And in other types of media, the moment of silence was simulated by images or posts, like a blank black square. But it's important to understand that Thomas and Agyemang did not call for a moment of silence. They very clearly demanded conversations and actions. So I think symbolic gestures can be fine as long as that's not all you're willing to do. Now, it truly does seem like something unique is happening right now. I can't deny that. But you shouldn't blame black people if some of us are a little skeptical. This ain't the first time an unarmed black person has been killed by the police. A lot of people say that it's a perfect storm of all these high-profile killings happening within days of each other, the continuing lunacy of Donald Trump, and the stir craziness caused by the coronavirus. And maybe that's true, but it does suck that it took all that for people to even pretend to care for more than a week. And we're in a situation where saying Black Lives Matter is less controversial than it ever has been. Not that it ever should have been. But we've even got brands and corporations tweeting out Black Lives Matter and stuff. It's actually becoming a good PR move. And I haven't kept up with all these companies who are tweeting out Black Lives Matter, or, you know, whether they're actually getting involved or donating money. And to be honest, I don't really care. At the end of the day, I expect businesses to make the moves that make them look good and or makes them the most money. And to be clear, unless they're being obviously unethical, I'm generally okay with that. But like, fucking Pop-Tarts is not a person. I don't give a shit if Pop-Tarts thinks that Black Lives Matter. Sure, a person or people runs that social media account, but they have to represent the brand in those tweets. I have no idea what their personal beliefs or their personal disposition is. Pop-Tarts specifically is pretty creepy because whoever runs the account tweets in the first person. Like, you know, most brands say we or us, but not Pop-Tarts. So I always imagine like an anthropomorphic Pop-Tart speaking. It just weirds me out. Maybe that's just me. Sure, people run these companies, and I would love it if these people publicly came forward and donated and protested with the common folks. Somehow doubt it, but it would be cool. But if the only one actually saying Black Lives Matter is the brand Pop-Tarts, literally means nothing to me. Anyway, my point is that these days it is really easy to type out a hashtag or upload a black square. It has become socially acceptable. It's not brave or groundbreaking anymore. And overall, that might be a good thing. The more popular social justice ideas are, the more pressure is put on the people with the power to lift the barriers to social justice. But it could also be a double-edged sword. If wokeness is trendy, then people will signal wokeness simply for social clout, which could have the effect of drowning out the voices of people who are actually calling for real life action. A term that gets thrown around every now and then is virtue signaling. Usually it's meant to describe people who are pretending or exaggerating their outrage towards a particular social or political issue, not because they particularly care about it, but because they just want to make themselves look righteous or look agreeable. Now, I think that's fairly cynical. I don't think people are going around posting about all these social issues and saying things they don't actually believe, but that doesn't mean they aren't also doing it to publicly display their moral righteousness, or because they don't want to get called out for not saying anything. The Blackout Tuesday thing reminds me of that whole thing a few years ago where white people suggested wearing safety pins as a sign of solidarity against racism. I think reactions to this were mixed, but I was never a fan of it personally. It's like you put on a safety pin and all of a sudden I'm supposed to be convinced that you understand racism. Now, I'm sure most of everyone who wore the pin believes that they were an ally, but I mean, you can put on that pin and still go home and still clutch your purse whenever a black man walks by. You can wear the pin in public, but still go to the office and refuse to hire Lakeisha even though her resume is just as good as Karen's. Anybody can put on a safety pin, and anybody can black out their Instagram for a day. That tells me nothing about who you are or what you understand about the world or what you're doing to help make it better for marginalized people. In fact, I specifically saw Blackout Tuesday posts from people who I had previously seen be racially insensitive. All these things seem to do is make you feel good that you did something, if not to actively encourage people to believe you're not racist. And I understand none of us want to be remembered as the person who did nothing. But if all you did was wear a safety pin or post a couple of hashtags or upload a black square, I'm sorry to tell you, you did nothing. Now listen, sometimes these kinds of gestures can actually help. For example, when you go on Twitter, a lot of people have their pronouns listed in their bio. At first glance, this seems useful for trans and non-binary people because our society is very used to associating certain pronouns with certain things, like the way people look or dress or the way they express themselves. So for people who might defy or complicate our understanding of what pronouns to use, it seems useful to just tell people up front which ones to use. So at first I figured there's no reason for me to put my pronouns in my bio because I don't think I have ever dealt with someone calling me the wrong pronouns. And that's probably the case for most cis people. But I did notice that a lot of cis people put their pronouns in their bio. And I suspected that this was just more virtue signaling and performative activism. I just thought people wanted an easy way to signal to the world that they weren't transphobic without having to actually do any work or introspection. But after asking questions and having conversations, I learned that cis people putting their pronouns in their bio normalizes not assuming people's gender, which has obvious benefits for trans and non-binary people. If cis people are clarifying their pronouns, then that makes it safer and more socially acceptable for trans and non-binary people to do it. And I understand that different trans and non-binary people might have different ideas about how this works. That was just my basic understanding from the conversations that I had. So I put my pronouns in my bio. He, him, by the way. So sometimes things that seem performative can actually turn out to be helpful. Other things, like art, are inherently performative. So we might be tempted to dismiss things like these murals that are popping up all over the country. Is it just more symbolic wokeness that doesn't actually get anything done? And maybe there's a point there. These kinds of murals cost a lot of time, money, and human participation. You might wonder if all those resources could be more effectively spent. But I personally think there's a place for art within activism. In my opinion, a giant sign that says Black Lives Matter and defund the police right down the street from the White House is pretty powerful. Even outside of DC, I think all of these murals and other kinds of art can be potent and moving, as all art can. In other words, just like everything else, it's fucking complicated. But as allies, it's important to educate yourself and pay attention and listen, because probably that's the only way you'll know. The safety pin, as far as I know, was made up by white people in the UK to show support for people of color after Brexit, and was later adopted by people in the US. And Blackout Tuesday happened because people misunderstood the original goals of The Show Must Be Paused. Both situations seem like a failure to engage and listen. Now, I've seen and heard a lot of people say that they're finally ready to look within themselves and figure out how they can change and be better. And I understand the impulse to do whatever you can that seems to help or show solidarity, especially if it's easy. And at the end of the day, that's fine. Most of that stuff is just kind of whatever. I mean, you should definitely take a moment to figure out whether the thing you're doing is actually hurting more than helping, or if it's like drowning out people's voices. But the issue is when we see all of these hashtags and all of these black squares and all of these Karen memes, but we don't also see people educating themselves and others, having hard conversations, donating to relevant causes, attending protests and rallies, and just in general being an active ally. A lot of people seem lost in terms of what they're supposed to do, but it's like, man, we've been screaming about this for years. Google is free. There are people like me who make content that is designed to help people think about race and racial situations in a more thoughtful way. But in general, marginalized people cannot hold your hand through this. We've got enough on our plate. I think a lot of white people have simply gotten comfortable in a society that's set up to advantage them. But here's the thing, white folks. If you want to be a part of this fight, you're gonna have to learn to be uncomfortable. You won't ever be able to walk in another person's shoes, but you should educate yourself about how our society systemically marginalizes and attacks minorities. And you should constantly think about that. And it should make you uncomfortable. And you should also constantly think about how you contribute to and benefit from these very systems. And that should make you uncomfortable. Discomfort is good. It inspires change and growth. If you'd rather not be uncomfortable and just want to post a hashtag and go about your day, that is your prerogative. But I hope you understand that the fact that you're even able to do that is evidence of the very privilege that is the result of these systemic problems. The very same privilege that makes you much less likely to be shot in the back or choked to death by a police officer. Lots of folks just don't have that luxury. But like I said, these are undoubtedly unique times. And even though it's taken us too long to get here, I am proud of those who are finally holding themselves to a higher standard and are finally committed to taking a look in themselves and see how they can change and how they can help make the world better for Black people and marginalized people in general. Just keep in mind, this is a bumpy road. You might get some likes on social media, you might get some Black people to raise their fists at you, but this ain't gonna be easy. And we'll see how down for the cause everybody is when people really do have to step outside of their comfort zone. That's just me though. What do you think? A few days ago, over 150 academics and writers, several of whom are wealthy public figures with large platforms, signed an open letter that was published in Harper's Magazine entitled "A Letter on Justice and Debate." The crux of the letter was the assertion that society, and implicitly the left, has become more intolerant of opposing views, and increased calls for silencing of speech is a threat to the free exchange of ideas, which is the lifeblood of Wait, haven't we been through this a million times already? Hi, I'm T1J.
Follow me.
Now, while the letter didn't specifically use the term cancel culture, it's pretty clear that this is the idea they were getting at. The by now trite insistence that free expression will be or already is hindered by the fear of being canceled. And this letter made some waves on the internet over the past week, but this isn't new, obviously. I'm pretty sure roughly every month for the past 5 years, I've seen at least one article or video or something complaining about cancel culture or pondering whether online public shaming has gone too far. And I'll go ahead and give you a spoiler. Just like everything else, it's heckin' complicated. Sometimes people do go too far, but also sometimes people who do shitty things ought to be called out. Sometimes the most correct ideas are unpopular, and society should provide space for people to express those ideas without excessive retribution. But also, it's good for people to think before they speak and to consider the impact of their words and actions, and I fully support a society that encourages that. But this is kind of an annoying conversation for several other reasons as well. For one, I'm not even sure what cancel culture really is, or what it even means to be canceled. Some people describe canceling as essentially a boycott. So someone says or does something shitty, and they become canceled, and you decide you're not going to support them anymore. And this is fair. You don't have to support anyone you don't want to. As much as I love the Space Jam soundtrack, R. Kelly gives me the creeps. The Bugs Bunny rap still goes hard though. But if this was all canceling was, why would people complain so much about censorship and silencing? Boycotts don't silence or shame anyone. I suppose with enough organizing and support you could harm them financially. But that's fair game because no one has a right to an audience or to a customer. And I actually think that the idea of canceling someone may have actually started out this way, but it seems to have evolved over time. These days it seems like we're using the word cancel as a more literal reference to the idea of like a canceled credit card or a canceled TV show. RIP, My Name is Earl, gone too soon. So basically something that's over, it doesn't exist anymore. So if we take this metaphor to one logical conclusion, this might imply that canceling someone means to attempt to banish them from the public eye, or maybe to make it so that they can't work anymore or something to that effect. To make it so that they're over, they don't exist anymore. In practice though, I can't think of very many times where a public figure has been successfully canceled under this definition. As of the making of this video, the most recent famous person that I know of that was supposedly canceled is J.K. Rowling, who posted a string of tweets which seem ignorant at best and callously transphobic at worst. But I mean, she's still here, she's still tweeting, she still seems to be beloved by children and parents, She has a book coming out in November. She definitely has not been silenced in any way. Now, it might be possible that J.K. Rowling is so particularly famous that she is uncancelable outside of committing some sort of violent crime. But when it comes to celebrities and public figures of any renown, this is kind of what usually happens, unless they willingly stay out of the spotlight even though they don't really have to. Like sometimes someone gets accused of or caught doing or saying something perceived as bad, and they might even lose a gig, like when the comedian Shane Gillis was fired from SNL after offensive jokes he made surfaced online. One might even lose some friends and supporters, but ultimately they seem fine. Like Gillis, they keep working, they keep their platform. I mean, outside of the ordeal of an internet dogpile, which I know from experience is unpleasant, but the word canceled doesn't seem to really describe the situation. So either cancel culture is really bad at actually canceling people, or canceling means something other than what it sounds like it should mean. Now, some people say that cancel culture isn't really a thing, and I do think that sometimes these free speech warriors like to cherry pick examples of left-wing lunacy to discredit legitimate activism and criticism. And as I mentioned, famous people and public figures seem, by and large, to be uncancelable. This is often presented as evidence of the myth of cancel culture, as it seems the people most likely to complain about it are people who could never be canceled in the first place. But if you're seriously arguing that people on the internet don't ever try in large numbers to cancel people, that is, attempt to make them irrelevant, dogpile them into hiding, cause them to lose jobs, or pressure their friends and business partners to disassociate with them, you're either misinformed or being disingenuous. Whether or not you think it's justified, it obviously happens, especially on Twitter. And trust me, I have to remind myself every day that the atmosphere on Twitter doesn't accurately represent the world as it is when I'm not looking at a screen. Seriously, y'all, log off and go look at a sunset or something every now and then. But Twitter, unfortunately, is where a lot of our cultural discourse takes place. It also happens to be perhaps the most convenient way for the average person to engage with and talk about celebrities and public figures. And just because the cancel culture is generally ineffective when it comes to canceling famous people, it doesn't mean they don't try. And it doesn't mean that it's not bad that they do try. Like, have you ever been on Twitter before? In reality, cancel culture is a Frankenstein term that is used as a surrogate for several distinct ideas. And that's precisely why it's a bad term, because no one knows what the fuck anybody is talking about at any given time. Sometimes the term is used to downplay legitimate criticism. A lot of the people who go on about free speech seem to have this idea that they should be able to say whatever they want with no consequences, and pretend that the mere concept of being criticized is tantamount to censorship. I talked about this a lot in my Sam Harris video, where I pointed out how Harris had a habit of accusing everyone who criticized him of being dishonest agents out to diminish his reputation. Cancel culture is also sometimes used interchangeably with the term mob mentality, the idea that large groups of people can influence each other to behave emotionally and irrationally. And this is also where the idea of dogpiling comes in, where hundreds or thousands of people go in on someone for some perceived wrongdoing. After a certain point, it just becomes harassment. I think it's more accurate to say that cancel culture can be a mob mentality. It's also important to note that legitimate criticism and mob mentality are not mutually exclusive. It's fair to criticize someone, but 20,000 people yelling the same criticism at that person, you can make an argument for that being essentially bullying. People also conflate cancel culture with call-out culture, which I'll use interchangeably with outrage culture for the purposes of this video, even though you could probably make further distinctions. This is similar to legitimate criticism. However, in this case, the point is to attack and shame people rather than educate or advise them. Because of the nature of social media and how algorithms reward outrage, I'd argue that this type of engagement is far more common online than legitimate criticism. And it's not just social media. Media in general these days seems to encourage us to be intolerant of people with different opinions than ourselves, to think of ourselves as enlightened and complex, but never giving others the same courtesy. I'm not saying you have to be friends with everyone, but we make fewer and fewer attempts to try and understand each other as complex beings. We just stamp canceled on people the first time they do or say something we find a little off-putting. We don't give people room to make mistakes or room to evolve and grow into better people. Once you've got the stamp, you're done, son. Some people use the excuse that celebrities are rich and powerful, so it doesn't matter if random people on the internet abuse them, because they're gonna be alright. Well, maybe, but there's still people. Another problematic aspect of outrage culture is the idea that it is okay to be hateful and uncharitable to people with more power than yourself. It's kind of a perversion of the concept of punching up, an assertion that criticism and rhetoric should be focused in opposition to those with power rather than those who are marginalized. I have some issues with this concept in and of itself, but we can talk about that another time. But I think even if you're gonna punch up, you still don't get to treat people with cruelty and pretend as if they're not people with depth and feelings. So obviously I would say that's bad, but you know what it isn't? It isn't censorship, it isn't silencing. If we're gonna use the term cancel culture, then it should refer specifically to attempts at removing or limiting someone's voice, resources, or platform, which again, people do try to do. And sometimes it kind of works, usually in cases of severe crimes that are impossible to ignore. Like, I'm sure Kevin Spacey is financially fine, but we haven't heard from him in a while. His reputation and influence is probably permanently damaged. But in general, it's hard, if not impossible, to actually apply any long-term effects when we're talking about celebrities and public figures. But not everybody who is a target of cancel culture is a celebrity. Everyday people find themselves the target of the internet's rage all the time. People are doxxed and harassed, employers are pressured to fire people, universities are asked to expel or punish students. And I suspect that one of the main responses will be something to the effect of, yeah, well, they deserve it. Well, first of all, sometimes they don't. Like David Shore, who was ominously asked by a follower, are people trying to cancel you? After he shared a study which suggested that riots make it more likely for Republicans to win elections. He posted it 3 days after the death of George Floyd, which was probably tone deaf, but it was hardly a reason to be fired from his job. But that's exactly what happened after political organizer Ari Trujillo Wessler took offense to his tweet and tagged his boss in the thread. But even if people are guilty of some transgression, the idea that they deserve it makes it sound like this whole thing is more about vengeance than actually making the world a better place. And vengeance is stupid. It provides a small burst of gratification, sure, but in the end, no one's actually happier and no one learned anything. The world didn't become better as a result. Especially when we consider the fact that a good portion of the people who get quote-unquote canceled are people who simply made a mistake or mean no obvious harm to anyone, and perhaps would be open to learning and growing if they were approached with compassion. I'm all for challenging power structures and attempting to increase accountability for people who rarely see consequences for anything they do. And I also understand that we are all exhausted and angry at a society whose unjust systems aren't being dismantled quickly enough. And some people are voluntarily and intentionally in the business of using their privilege to hurt people. And while even in those cases I'm still no fan of vengeance, I do think it's important for society to be intolerant of that kind of behavior. But most people are just living their lives the best way they know how. Sometimes they're uninformed, sometimes they have bad ideas, sometimes they make mistakes. But if all we have to offer as a solution is vengeful retaliation and the implication that people who've done bad things are incapable of evolving and growing and thus do not deserve our understanding and compassion, I don't think anything's gonna actually get better. This is not a battle that we win by creating more enemies than allies. The recent successes of Black Lives Matter is a great example of what happens when people channel their anger in productive ways rather than just yelling at people online or trying to get people fired. Hopefully that trend continues. I think that left-wing activists sometimes have a weird relationship with free speech. Some folks pretty openly oppose free speech at this point, which at least they're honest. I'm not one of those people. But this boring idea that people yelling on Twitter are some grave threat to the future of democracy and free speech seems to largely originate from people whose privilege has obscured for them the difference between criticism and censorship. This fear of being silenced by a so-called intolerant society is ridiculously unsupported by reality. People are speaking their minds and creating provocative and controversial media more than they ever have in recent history. It's just that at the same time, more people than ever are able to respond to and directly criticize those ideas and creations, including people from segments of society whose voices have actually been historically silenced. And to me, that's the sign of a society that's becoming more, not less free. But yeah, we should all still probably get over ourselves and show more compassion and understanding to each other, and figure out how to attack systems of inequality in a practical and productive way. You'll never hear me disagree with that. That's just me though. What do you think? As most of you probably know, Saturday Night Live is a sketch comedy show that airs live Saturday nights on NBC. It's known for having a celebrity guest host and also a musical guest on every episode. Or at least it was, until we apparently angered the gods and now no one's allowed to leave their houses anymore. This year they released 3 remotely produced quarantine episodes and then ended the season early. But the new seasons of SNL usually begin in the fall, and it's already August? Really? It's never gonna end. Hi, I'm T1J.
Follow me.
This video, like most of my videos, would not be possible without my members and patrons, including homies like Otieno Ododa, Tracy and Sandy, Victor Stone, and Morgan King. If you'd like to support the channel, you can become a homie yourself by clicking the join button below the video or by checking out my page on Patreon. So, SNL is fine. Most of the people who are hired for the show are already experienced comedians and performers, so the comedy is usually solid, if not safe. The show has some leeway for off-color and dark humor due to its late-night time slot, but overall it manages to avoid any major controversy, at least with regard to the content of the sketches. Which is actually interesting given how often SNL makes jokes about politics or the political climate of the day. It's a long-standing tradition for the SNL cast to lampoon the never-ending lunacy provided to us by American politicians. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if a resemblance to or ability to impersonate a relevant politician was a major factor in whether or not you get hired for the show in the first place.
I'm buying this newspaper.
That's all right. There's nobody around. Go ahead, take it.
Now, the early seasons of SNL often commented on social issues like racism or poverty, but in the 80s and 90s, the show settled more into developing its zany recurring characters, most of whom were decidedly non-political. But I think most people would agree that the more recent seasons of SNL have been more overtly political than ever. Not only do they impersonate senators and satirize recent political events as always, but many of their more recent sketches directly comment on pressing issues like poverty and mental health. And like I said, the show's fine. I rarely find myself falling over laughing or feeling like I've watched something mind-blowing, but it happens sometimes, like with the Black Jeopardy sketches, which I think are amazing. SNL had previously aired a series of popular Celebrity Jeopardy episodes starring Will Ferrell as a jaded Alex Trebek reading embarrassingly easy clues to exaggerated celebrity parodies who were nevertheless too brainless to ever get any correct answers. Black Jeopardy is a little bit different. The contestants are exaggerations, sure, but they're not celebrities, they're regular people. I remember when the first Black Jeopardy sketch aired, my first instinct was, oh, this is a ripoff of Dave Chappelle's I Know Black People sketch. You know, the fictional game show where people were asked questions about black slang and black culture. And maybe there's some inspiration there. Part of the humor of the Chappelle sketch was the inclusion of non-black people who were often clueless about black culture despite their often flimsy connection to the community. Characters such as the Asian grocery store owner or the white professor of African American studies, the latter being an idea that was actually rehashed for the Black Jeopardy sketch. But while Chappelle's game show asked people to recall lyrics from the show Good Times or to identify early 2000s black slang like badunkadunk, Black Jeopardy zeroed in on a specific unspoken understanding that black people have with one another. The first Jeopardy clue of the sketch was the simple phrase, "She thinks she cute." The correct reply was, of course, "Who is Monique?" And I remember laughing unexpectedly the first time that I heard this. It fits in with the absurdist, almost non sequitur style of comedy that SNL often embraces, but also at the same time, it reflects the aforementioned mutual understanding. I knew I was in for a treat at the very beginning of the sketch when Kenan Thompson's character introduces himself.
I'm your host, Alex Treblack. Now I'm just playing.
That seems like a joke that some white writer would have come up with in the 90s or something. So it kind of set up the fact that this wasn't going to be your typical lazy racial humor. So the setup of Black Jeopardy is that there's a black host named Darnell Hayes, played by Kenan Thompson, who says about the show, "We finally got our own." There are also two black contestants who seemed extremely tuned in to the conceit of the show. They get every answer correct, no matter how ambiguous or vague the clues are. And as I said, this references the shared experiences and language of the black community. One thing I like about this sketch is how it manages to capture ideas that haven't become cliche through overuse in pop culture. A lot of the language and culture of black people has been adopted by white folks. So it will be hard to do a real life Black Jeopardy because most everything that's associated with the black community is eventually stolen by white society anyway. But with clues like "she do hair" and "had that been me, I would have whooped his ass when he was young," it really feels like these lines were written by actual black people and not some white writers that were overusing terms like flex and lit. Ironically though, the Black Jeopardy idea was conceived by Brian Tucker, a white guy who is the co-head writer of SNL, and who incidentally used to be a writer for Chappelle's show and actually appears in the You Know Black People sketch. So again, there's probably some inspiration there. Tucker said in an interview with Vulture that he grew up idolizing black comedians, and he's worked on several black shows like Chappelle's Show and The Chris Rock Show. And he got the idea for the Black Jeopardy sketch by interacting with the black people in those spaces and noticing the familiarity they had with each other that he lacked as a white person. So he co-wrote the Black Jeopardy sketch with co-head writer Michael Che with input from Kenan Thompson to try to capture this interesting dynamic in a funny way. In the Vulture interview, he said, "If you're white and you're in these worlds like I am a little bit, you're still not totally a part of things. There's a shared culture if you're black that you just have, and if you're white, you just don't have." And therein lies the main source of humor in the Black Jeopardy sketches. In each sketch, there's also a third contestant who seems a little bit out of sync with all the others. In the first iteration, this seat is filled by Mark, a white professor of African American studies, played by Louis C.K. And yeah, I know Louis C.K. It came out in 2014. The choice of making Mark a professor of African American studies reflects Tucker's point about how even if you feel like you belong in the conversation, you'll never have that shared experience with black people if you're white. Mark tries to keep up with the other contestants, Amir and Keely, played by Jay Farrow and Sashir Zamata respectively, but he never really quite gets the picture. Indeed, his failure is inevitable, especially as the final Jeopardy category is revealed: rap songs that begin with the letter N.
Contestants, you'll be answering that when we come back. I'd watch yourself, Mark. We'll be right back.
The popularity of the Black Jeopardy sketch led to several sequel sketches, all of which focus on this idea of the shared culture of Black Americans, but they all look at it through a slightly different lens. The second sketch features Elizabeth Banks as a clearly well-meaning white woman who claims she dated a black guy once and that she doesn't see race. As you might imagine, this game doesn't go well for her until she suddenly trips into a correct answer.
Like, no matter what I do, I can't win.
Yes! That is the blackest thing
Even though this white lady is clueless about everything, she still gets to win even though she didn't learn anything. I see you, SNL. The third Black Jeopardy sketch was the first to feature another black person as the third contestant. Drake appears as Jared, a black Canadian. According to Drake, in order to play this character, he did an impression of some guys he grew up with in Toronto who had Afro-Caribbean heritage. Now, throughout this video, I've brought up the shared experience and culture of black people. But really, I'm specifically speaking about the shared experience of poor and working class black Americans, which clearly doesn't represent the experience of all black people across the world. This sketch highlights this by having Jared, a Canadian, be completely on a different page than the other contestants, even though he's also black. Ultimately, they all find common ground once they realize they share at least one experience dealing with prejudice. Now, the best Black Jeopardy sketch is, not surprisingly, also the most popular, at least according to its YouTube view count of over 54 million. The third contestant this time is a MAGA hat-wearing fella named Doug, played by Tom Hanks. And when we first see this guy, we're already cringing at what he might say. But then delightfully, SNL throws us a curveball. Doug seems to know all of the right answers. Just like the black contestants, Doug loves Tyler Perry movies, he doesn't trust the fingerprint scanner on his iPhone, and he thinks the elections are rigged by the Illuminati. As I mentioned before, the whole idea of Black Jeopardy is the familiarity that black people have with one another due to their shared experience. This is evidenced by the prizes that are mentioned throughout the series, including car tape to patch up a broken car window, or top foil to cover a kitchen container with no lid. They all invoke images of poverty, which is something that most black people in America can relate to either directly or indirectly. But poverty also affects other people, including white people. And often those experiences that we associate with black folks are just as much, if not more, a consequence of class than race. Having Doug see perfectly eye to eye with the other contestants is an excellent commentary on how easily we could all come together if we opened ourselves up to the idea of listening to other perspectives and noticing that we all pretty much want the same things. We want ourselves and our communities to be happy and fulfilled and safe and healthy. There are obviously disagreements on how to achieve that, but if we treated each other like complex human beings rather than one-dimensional heroes and villains, it would be a lot easier to figure all that out. But the sketch ends soberly with the final Jeopardy category, Lives That Matter.
Well, it was good while it lasted, Doug.
Despite all of the common ground they found, Doug and Darnell will go their separate ways, still thinking of each other as political opponents. There are two other Black Jeopardy sketches as of today. The first features Chadwick Boseman playing his character T'Challa from the Black Panther movie, and it features a juxtaposition of the jaded working class Black American to a king from a fictional Black utopia. It also features maybe my favorite joke from the whole series.
Oh, hell nah, Karen. Keep your brand-ass potato salad to yourself.
The most recent Black Jeopardy featured SNL alum Eddie Murphy, who had returned to the show after not hosting for over 3 decades. Murphy was playing Velvet Jones, a character from 80s era SNL, and really this episode was just fan service for people who loved that old character. There is a bit of commentary about how SNL's comedy has evolved. Whereas in the 80s, a pimp making infomercials selling books teaching women how to be prostitutes was an edgy and hilarious idea, today it seems cringy and out of touch. Now, both of these sketches are okay, but I'd say the series jumped the shark after the Tom Hanks episode. While SNL's sketches are mostly tame, they've received considerable criticism for their frankly inexcusable lack of diversity and minority representation on the show. I obviously love a lot of TV shows and movies, but as a Black person, it rarely feels like any of this media was made with a person like me in mind. So it was a nice breath of fresh air to see something on network TV that I actually related to. And Black Jeopardy managed to find this interesting balance between discussing racial issues in a more realistic, not stereotypical way, while also providing commentary that everybody can understand. That's just me though. What do you think? In 2018, during the finals of the US Open Tennis Championship, Serena Williams was penalized and later fined for an outburst inspired by what she perceived as unfair treatment from the referee. Williams, backed by the Women's Tennis Association, accused the referee of sexism, claiming that she received a harsher punishment than a man would for the same infraction. Now, Serena Williams is no stranger to controversy. She's been involved in several tiffs and tantrums with referees throughout the years. I don't really want to comment on whether or not she's been justified in her frustrations, but I have paid attention to the perceptions of Serena Williams from viewers and the media. No one doubts her amazing talent, but many fans and pundits have called her a sore loser or even an embarrassment to the sport of tennis because of her perceived bad behavior. And listen, I think we can all understand a super competitive person letting their emotions get the best of them in a heated moment. I had to disable the chat in my League of Legends games because I was sick of teenagers calling me slurs. But you know, it's usually better to keep your composure, especially when you're a professional. But here's the thing, Serena Williams is by no means the only tennis player or athlete to have outbursts like this. It's kind of common, actually. But it doesn't seem like people have the same negative attitude toward most of these other players who are usually white males. John McEnroe is literally famous for constantly losing his shit on the court, but we laugh about it. His antics are humorously parodied on TV and movies all the time. We find it entertaining. I say all this to shine a light on the different ways in which Black people, and especially Black women, are treated whenever they are assertive or outspoken, or even when they aren't. It's a combination of the sexist idea that women should always be meek and passive no matter what, and the racist perception of Black people being more aggressive and uncivil than others, even when the behavior isn't that much different. We see glimpses of this angry Black woman accusation with high-profile Black women all the time. Congresswoman Maxine Waters and now Vice President Kamala Harris were subject to constant criticisms because of their candid and forthright way of speaking on the House and Senate floors. But when white male politicians go on angry rants, they're often praised for their fervor and passion. But of course, it's not just famous women and public figures. The angry Black woman stereotype is something that probably most Black women have to navigate in their daily lives. It's a very specifically heinous form of marginalization because it takes what we already know about how Black people are perceived as angrier, more unfriendly, more hostile, and then adds a layer of misogyny on top of it. Hi, I'm T1J.
Follow me.
This video, like all my videos, would not be possible without my members and patrons, including homies like Eric Giesbrecht, Melissa Fowler, Eric Tafoya, and Book of Kitties. If you'd like to support the channel, you can become a homie yourself by clicking the join button below the video or by checking out my page on Patreon. The idea of the angry Black woman, like most Black stereotypes, was probably first conceived by propagandists trying to protect and defend the institution of slavery. Related to and intersecting with the other most common stereotypes associated with Black women, the mammy and the Jezebel, the idea of the angry Black woman was created to differentiate the loud, unattractive Black woman from the fair and gentle white woman. Early depictions of Black women often showed them berating and abusing men, unlike the ideal white woman at the time who was passive and accommodating. This helped justify, in the eyes of white society at least, Black women's enslavement and oppression, as well as all of the other physical and sexual crimes committed against them. These tropes were further reinforced in American minstrel shows, where Black women were portrayed as everything from promiscuous and greedy to grotesque and inappropriate. But the idea of the angry Black woman in the modern day is believed to have been popularized by the 1930s radio show Amos and Andy, which would later also become a television sitcom. One of the main characters was this schemer known as the Kingfish, whose wife was the bold and argumentative Sapphire, played by Ernestine Wade. This was a stark contrast to many other 1950s sitcoms that featured white wives who were much more supportive and submissive to their husbands. And in fact, the term Sapphire was often used back then to describe overbearing and stubborn black women. Sapphire has since joined Mammy and Jezebel in the historical lexicon to describe the three main racist stereotypes used to belittle black women. Now, Amos and Andy was a Jim Crow era show created by two white dudes about black people. So it was problematic, to say the least. In fact, all of the main characters on the radio show who were black were voiced by these two white dudes. So you can just imagine how that sounded. It was essentially a modern minstrel show. But at the same time, they would eventually hire black actors for certain parts. And the TV sitcom was one of, if not the first TV program to feature a majority black cast in the leading roles, which paved the way for future groundbreaking black-led TV shows like Sanford and Son or The Jeffersons. It's also actually funny, and I kind of feel bad that I like it. So what I'm saying is that the show has a complicated legacy. It's worth noting that later in her life, Ernestine Wade defended the Sapphire character, noting that while the character may have been stereotypical, she still brought joy and entertainment into black people's lives, as well as helped to provide black visibility on television in an era where that was pretty rare.
I don't think people tune in a comedy show for an education. If it had been a documentary, it would have been a different thing.
Nevertheless, angry has historically been one of the only ways that black women are portrayed in media. Now, to be fair, sometimes the angry is toned down to sassy, especially in comedies, but the overall implication is that black women are more ill-tempered, domineering, and confrontational than everyone else. Basically, they got an attitude. Much like the related TV trope, the token black guy, the angry or sassy black girl has been a common fixture in TV and movies for decades. The two shows I referenced earlier, Sanford and Son and The Jeffersons, both feature a character that seems to be directly inspired by Sapphire herself, an overbearing black woman whose sole purpose seemed to be to ridicule and belittle the male protagonist. Even in more recent media, you see at least one version of this character in the majority of TV and movies with a mostly black cast. And if the show has a mostly white cast, there's a pretty good chance that the one black woman there is angry about something. However, we have seen examples of more nuanced and three-dimensional black woman characters, some of which seem almost intentionally designed to turn the angry black woman trope on its head. And this does seem to be getting better and better over time. Nevertheless, the pervasiveness of this stereotype no doubt makes black women apprehensive about how they're perceived. While the unending accounts of black women's experiences decidedly tell the story, there's also data to back this up. Multiple surveys and studies show how people tend to perceive and describe black women as louder, angrier, and more argumentative. This supports other data that suggests that black people in general are simply perceived as more hostile and unfriendly than other people. But this affects women in a more complex way because of the added pressure that society places on them. They're expected as women to be gentle and accommodating, but because they're black, they're less likely to be perceived that way, even if they try to. This is a problem for various reasons. When you're labeled as angry by default, it becomes easy to dismiss any genuine ideas or feelings you might have. It becomes easy to write you off as confrontational, hard to work with, unprofessional. I've had multiple real conversations with white people who confess to me that they found a black woman we know intimidating or aggressive. And the fact that they told me about it indicates to me that they had no idea that they were invoking a racialized stereotype. And listen, some people are mean and intimidating, but you'd be surprised at how the chillest black girls get accused of being loud and forceful. The other problem with this perception is that it undermines black women's prerogative to actually get angry sometimes. Sometimes infuriating shit happens and anger is the appropriate response. Everyone else is allowed to be angry. or offended or assertive, but as soon as a black woman does it, they're just another angry black lady. One recent study suggested that when black women display anger as opposed to men or white women, observers are much more likely to conclude that the source of that anger is internal rather than external. Like anger is simply the default state, whether or not it's justified. It's hard to learn and think about systemic oppression and violence without getting angry. And black women have more of a claim to that anger than a lot of us do, which is probably why black women have been at the forefront of feminist and racial activism and scholarship for the past few decades. The ideas and experiences of black women are having a large effect on the world these days. Whether or not it is intentional, and in some cases it almost certainly is, painting black women as angry overreactors is just another way to silence and marginalize them, and ultimately reinforces the idea of a world where only the views and feelings of white men and those they deem acceptable should be taken seriously. So the next time you see a quote-unquote angry black woman, you should ask yourself a few questions. First of all, is she actually angry? Are you conflating confidence or assertiveness with hostility because of some problematic expectation of women or a predisposed bias against black people? And if she is actually angry, do you think you would be as bothered if this anger was coming from someone who wasn't a black woman? And lastly, have you considered that maybe she has the right to be angry sometimes? As a human being like me and you, she has emotions and feelings. And as a member of a group that faces multi-layered systemic challenges, it's not all that unreasonable for her to be agitated or infuriated every now and then. I've said many times that my channel is not designed to make people angry. The challenge I've given myself is to talk about these sometimes sobering topics while still encouraging hope and optimism. I don't know how often I succeed at that, but that is the goal. But that is not to say that anger and frustration are not legitimate. My channel is one approach. It's not the end-all be-all. Anger can be alienating and off-putting depending on the situation, but it can also be used constructively, both in your daily life and within the realm of social activism. If anyone has demonstrated this, it's black people, especially black women. But also, sometimes they're just chilling, and we just need to calm down. That's just me, though. What do you think? Take up the white man's burden. Send forth the best ye breed. Go bind your sons to exile, to serve your captives' need, to wait in heavy harness on fluttered folk and wild, your new-caught sullen peoples, half devil and half child. Take up the white man's burden, in patience to abide, to veil the threat of terror, and check the show of pride, by open speech and simple, and 100 times made plain, to seek another's profit, and work another's gain. Take up the white man's burden, the savage wars of peace. Fill full the mouth of famine, and bid the sickness cease. And when your goal is nearest, the end for others sought, watch sloth and heathen folly bring all your hopes to naught. Take up the white man's burden, no tawdry rule of kings, but toil of serf and sweeper, the tale of common things. The ports ye shall not enter, the roads ye shall not tread. Go make them with your living, and mark them with your dead. Take up the white man's burden, and reap his old reward, the blame of those ye better, the hate of those ye guard. The cry of hosts ye humor, slowly toward the light. Why brought ye us from bondage, our loved Egyptian night? Take up the white man's burden, ye dare not stoop to less, nor call too loud on freedom to cloak your weariness. By all ye cry or whisper, by all ye leave or do, the silent sullen peoples shall weigh your gods in you. Take up the white man's burden, have done with childish days, the lightly proffered laurel, the easy ungrudged praise, comes now to search your manhood through all the thankless years, cold edge with dear-bought wisdom, the judgment of your peers. Hi, I'm T1J.
Follow me.
I want to take a moment to thank my members and patrons, including homies like Lindsay Ellis, Ashley Chang, Oracle and Elios, and QJeg63JD. consider supporting the channel by clicking the join button below the video or by checking out my page on Patreon. The White Man's Burden is a poem by British writer Rudyard Kipling, which specifically references the Philippine-American War that was taking place at the time. In the poem, Kipling urges the United States to colonize and civilize the Filipino people. Now, Kipling was probably, as George Orwell described him, a jingo imperialist. I say probably because some scholars from both his time and ours believe that his writings were meant to contain a level of irony. Some people have even argued that The White Man's Burden is actually a satirical warning against colonialism. But that might just be denial because we all love the Jungle Book so much. To be honest though, and I know The White Man's Burden was published in 1899, so there's probably some old school tone that I'm missing, but it's one of those things where in some lines I'm like, this dude has got to be trolling. He writes about colonial domination like it's some sacrificial, thankless act that these savage people that he literally refers to as half devil and half child don't understand is what's best for them. But I'd argue that lack of self-awareness is pretty common in politics. At any rate, the poem and Kipling himself were well received across the white world. He became known as the poet of the empire, and later even authored propaganda pieces for the British government during World War I. His supposed argument was that it was the moral duty, a burden even, of white people to govern and control the non-white people throughout the world, because they were too primitive and uncivilized to govern themselves. As I mentioned, this is framed like some kind of selfless act for the benefit of other people who don't even realize the good work you're doing for them, to seek another's profit and work another's gain. But ultimately, the poem is concerned with white people and their supposed moral obligations, their strength of character and perseverance. The poem acknowledges that the people they're supposedly helping will probably be unreceptive and ungrateful to them. Reap his old reward, the blame of those ye better, the hate of those ye guard. Yet Kipling still insists that it must be done. So this obligation to help people of color really only exists for the edification of white people themselves. And that perfectly encapsulates the concept of the white savior. In my video about transracial adoption, I briefly mentioned the idea of the white savior in the context of white parents adopting children of color and being framed as the hero of that child's story. But the white savior concept actually has far-reaching implications and can be applied to various interactions between white people and people of color throughout the world. The idea of the white savior is often combined with the term savior complex, creating the white savior complex. The savior complex describes a situation where a person believes they have an obligation or destiny to save or help a person or group of people. So of course, the white savior is someone who feels this responsibility towards people of color. Ironically, these days when we speak of white saviors, we don't usually mean conservative imperialists like Kipling. In fact, we're often referring to well-meaning progressives who actually want to challenge the systems of oppression often created by imperialism. But that's the danger of the white savior, as we'll talk more about, and why their actions are often referred to as a form of neo-colonialism by their critics. Despite good intentions, a wrong-headed approach could result in one becoming the very thing they claim to be working against. Now, of course, helping and providing aid to people is generally a good thing to do, especially people who are more marginalized and less fortunate than you are. But the issue arises when the focus of this help is the person doing the helping rather than the person being helped. Either a case where the person simply wants to do enough to feel good about themselves regardless of the actual outcomes, or cases where a person insists on being the hero regardless of their actual aptitude at the skills and knowledge required. In those cases, you'll almost invariably find that the help being offered is less effective than it could or should be. Or even sometimes that the type of help being offered isn't even what's required in the first place. The idea of the white savior is usually associated with aid to developing countries populated by black and brown people, especially countries in Africa. In America, and probably much of the Western world, we tend to think of these countries as poverty-stricken lands where emaciated children walk around with no shoes. And without a doubt, some of these places have been ravaged by corruption, war, and colonialism. But this oversimplification of the daily struggle of people in poor countries often results in misguided, self-serving attempts to help them. In 2016, actor Louise Linton wrote an article for The Telegraph, which was meant to promote a memoir she wrote about her experience volunteering in Zambia when she was 18. Her goal was, quote, helping some of the world's poorest people. But while there, she apparently found herself in the middle of a violent conflict induced by the Second Congo War. The article contains great lines like, "I tried not to think what the rebels would do to the skinny white Muzungu with long angel hair if they found me." Muzungu being a Swahili term used to refer to foreigners, especially white people. The phrase skinny white Muzungu with long hair is in quotes as if someone said that to her, but maybe you have to read the whole book to get the context. Either way, that's pretty yikes. The most telling line in the article, however, is the sentence directly after. "Clenching my jaw to stop my teeth chattering, I squeezed my eyes shut and reminded myself how I'd come to be a central character in this horror story." I think she said the quiet part out loud there. From her perspective, she's not an outsider who traveled to another country and found herself in the middle of a war that has nothing to do with her. Instead, she's a central character. And later in the article, she implies that the main reason she went on the trip was to prove herself to her mother, who also did international volunteer work. And once she came to terms with that, she escaped and headed home, leaving the fates of the Zambian villagers uncertain. This lines up with the themes of The White Man's Burden. Her ultimate mission was not to actually help people, she wanted to save people. And she wanted to do it so she could prove something to herself. And to be fair, Linton admits in the article that she was young and stupid and didn't do enough research. But that central character line was written by grown-ass woman Linton, not 18-year-old Linton. The article understandably drew a lot of criticism, including from actual residents of Zambia and other African countries who say she misrepresented their situations and accused her of using the Zambians as props in her white savior fantasy. And after the negative reactions, the article was taken down and Linton removed her memoir from sale. But this situation is a perfect example of the white savior complex. One of the main criticisms of foreign aid programs like the American Peace Corps is that they seem to imply that the people they aid are so utterly helpless and the places they go are so barren and so bleak that any help offered is better than nothing. The programs tend to have volunteers who are young, inexperienced, sometimes completely lacking the expertise relevant to the aid they're providing. The only thing they do possess is the desire to save someone. One of the reasons I think that Africa and other developing areas are such an appealing target for white saviors is that for most of them, it is an exotic, faraway land. There are plenty of starving, suffering people in our home countries, and there are plenty of people in the world besides shoeless children who need aid and advocacy, like veterans and disabled people. And I'm not saying it's a competition, but I do think for some people it's less romantic, it's less of a story. And also, I think it's easier to digest that starving kids in Africa aren't poor because they're lazy and stupid, which is basically how we talk about the poor here back at home. It's true that most poverty-stricken areas need things like food, medical care, and water, and not just periodic gifts from charity organizations and kind-hearted rich people, but a sustainable system of providing these necessities. But beyond that, these people need the same things we need: employment, business loans, transportation, effective political leadership, infrastructure, safety, education. And it's important to note that needs change and vary depending on where you go. For example, according to Afrobarometer, an African research network, education is a top concern in Sierra Leone, while access to food was more important to residents of Niger and Mali. And many of these countries simply need better internal leadership, not foreign aid specifically. These are the things you have to research and take into account if your goal is actually helping people. The white savior complex is taken advantage of by organizations like UNICEF and Save the Children, who make those dramatic, guilt-inducing commercials with the sad music and close-up portraits of those emaciated children I mentioned before. And those are problematic because they've heavily contributed to our oversimplified image of life in Africa and other developing areas. I remember seeing these things on TV all the time growing up. And I know they're usually only like 2-minute commercials, but no context is usually given. It's just like, give us money so we can save brown children. But I guess giving money to an organization that presumably has the expertise and resources to allocate it where it is actually needed is ultimately a good thing. It's definitely better than placing yourself in a situation you don't understand because you want to be a hero. This, of course, implies that these organizations are actually that and not the ones that are sending unqualified 22-year-olds fresh out of college to go administer medical care to brown children. But that's just something anyone who gives money to charity should always research on their own. I suppose the urge to aid brown kids overseas is not exclusive to white people, but when we talk about the white savior complex, we're basically talking about the argument put forth in the Kipling poem, that the non-white people of the world are powerless to help themselves and require the aid of the West if they have any hope of survival. This is why those commercials never show African business owners or activists or voters. Sure, sometimes they could use some help, but the idea that these people have agency and the potential to shape their own futures runs counter to that narrative. The West, the idea of which revolves around white people, doesn't get to be the central character in that kind of story. UK charity organization Comic Relief announced last year that it would stop sending celebrities to Africa to help raise money for foreign aid and instead focus on telling stories from the point of view of the people that live there. They'd been receiving criticism for their fundraising campaigns, which featured mostly white celebrities such as Ed Sheeran, who visited Liberia in 2017 for them. Sheeran's campaign included a short film that critics said revolved entirely around his point of view and experience in Liberia, rather than highlighting the stories of the people Comic Relief intends to help. And I'd say we've seen an uptick of this kind of thing in the era of online video and social media, where people visit impoverished countries just for an opportunity to take selfies. The thing about it is, these campaigns do raise a lot of money and awareness, and we might argue that the ends justify the means. But I don't know if perpetuating stereotypes and encouraging these unsophisticated ideas is actually worth it in the long run. I focus primarily on the white savior complex as it relates to international aid, but the idea definitely manifests itself more locally as well. While I think white saviors are often drawn to the story of helping kids overseas, I do think many people feel that same urge when they see poor black and brown folks in marginalized communities of the West as well. I've seen it personally with people who become teachers or social workers or counselors who work with kids and families of color, but have no experience working or living in those communities and no real concept of what those people even need. They may be unwilling or ill-equipped to talk about things like racism. They may even believe that they can take a colorblind approach and ignore the specific things that children of color go through. And I feel like I've made enough videos explaining why that's a problem. But white saviors also often wear the mask of white allies. That is, white activists who participate in causes that affect people of color, but rarely stop to actually listen to and understand their concerns. These are people that feel like they kind of already know what's best, so they don't need to ask questions or do any research. They may be hesitant to listen to disagreements and overly defensive when critiqued. This has some overlap with performative activism, which I covered in a previous video that you can watch. Some people simply want bragging rights or to look good in front of others, but I actually think that white saviors are usually well-meaning. I think even Kipling probably genuinely believed his ideas were good for the world. But good intentions do not always lead to good actions. Unfortunately, good intentions are just not worth very much on their own. The white savior complex has also permeated its way into mainstream culture through media. Many great videos and articles have already discussed pop culture depictions of the white savior trope, of which there are many. Movies like Gran Torino, The Help, Freedom Writers, Green Book. In these movies, it seems to be argued that solving issues like racism, poverty, and oppression requires the perspective and mediation of white people. And they often paint people of color as helpless or incapable in the same way that white saviors do in real life. And even if they don't do that, they still generally frame the narrative around the actions of the white protagonist. Movies like this very often frame the saving of people of color as a white man's burden. The protagonists often face hardship and hatred as a result of their aid to the people of color in the film. The difference is that in the movies, white saviorism is highly effective and generally appreciated by those being saved. It's hard to tell sometimes whether the white savior narrative in pop culture is a product of the Kipling-esque colonial mindset that infantilizes people of color, or if it's what New York Times critic Wesley Morris referred to as a racial reconciliation fantasy, wherein white people apologize for not fixing racism in real life by creating characters who can fix it in a couple of hours of runtime. Either way, it's likely the case that these unending depictions of white saviors in films, especially considering how they tend to overshadow and outperform media that actually does center on the stories of black and brown folks, contributes to the spread of the white savior complex in general. Now, I do not want to come off as saying that any time a white person attempts to help people of color, they are being a white savior. In the West, one of the most powerful and effective ways of helping marginalized communities is for white people to leverage their privilege on their behalf. The thing that identifies a white savior over a white ally is when the focus is on you rather than the people you're helping. And listen, you're allowed to feel good about yourself when you do something good for other people. But you're only doing something good for other people if you have taken the time to listen and understand what they actually need. And if you treat them like humans with feelings and agency instead of helpless children who would be powerless if you weren't around. And especially if you don't treat them as props for some hero fantasy you have or as background players in your social media savior campaign. The difference between the word savior and ally really tells the whole story. A savior stands in front and gets all the glory, while an ally stands behind and helps their friends forward. But that's just me though. What do you think? You can't go more than a couple years without hearing about some whitewashing controversy in Hollywood. Whitewashing in this context meaning a white actor playing a character in a movie or TV show who was not white in the original media, or in real life if they happen to be a real person. But I gotta say, I'm not super losing sleep over who plays Goku in the live-action Dragon Ball movie. Whew. What a bad movie. But I do think it's an interesting discussion, at least worth a video, because I don't think these complaints are without merit. Hi, I'm T1J.
Follow me.
I want to give a quick shout out to the homies that support the channel, people like JC, Juyus, Steve Streza, and Sun Mountain. If you think my content brings value to you, please consider becoming a homie yourself by becoming a patron or YouTube member. Media, even fictional media, is very powerful and has a strong influence on how we think about the world and each other. Tom Scott did a great video a while ago where he makes a compelling argument suggesting that a single episode of The Simpsons permanently changed how people across the world sang a popular children's song. Speaking of The Simpsons, I've spoken on this channel before about the character Apu, and Hari Kondabolu's documentary about Apu, in which several South Asian entertainers talk about how the portrayal of the character has affected how they have been treated throughout their lives and careers. So yeah, media is influential. I've also talked before about the importance of media representation, and this is probably easy to understand for most people who are part of an underrepresented group. When I see Black people on the screen portrayed in a complex and authentic way, it makes me feel good. I can identify with it. Like, I love the show Friends. I think it's funny and sweet. Apparently, it's cool now for everyone on social media to say that Friends sucks, but you know, to each his own. But one of the reasons why that show was so popular is because people identified with the characters. Sure, they're kind of exaggerated, but it reminded people of their own experiences and adventures hanging out with their friends. But I don't personally identify with any of those characters. It's funny from a writing and performance standpoint, but nothing on that show resembles me or anything I grew up doing. But take a show like Living Single, which is also about a group of 6 friends living in New York who just happen to be black. And it actually came out 1 year before Friends, just saying. Think what you will about that fact. But the point is, I related to that show a lot more. And even though Living Single mostly revolved around the women of the group, those black women resembled people I knew and in some cases loved in real life. And I imagine it's the same for people of other races, for queer people, for disabled people, etc. It feels good to be represented. But beyond it just feeling good, it helps normalize the message that minorities are just as important as members of the dominant groups, that the world is diverse and that diversity should be celebrated, that people who look like you or people you love can be more than just stereotypical caricatures or one-dimensional secondary characters. They can be the heroes or even complex antagonists. This message is especially crucial for children and teenagers who are still developing their identities and are particularly impressionable. So I totally understand why some people get upset when a character who was originally not white is played by a white actor. It feels like a slap in the face given that people of color are already underrepresented in media. But despite all the fuss, filmmakers continue to whitewash TV and movies. Some recent examples that have caused a bit of an uproar are the casting of Tilda Swinton as the Ancient One in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, a character that was definitely originally Asian in the comics, and almost every character in the film Gods of Egypt, although to be fair, they are portraying gods, not humans, many of whom are usually depicted as animals. But if Egyptian gods were walking around among us, do you really think that they would look like a bunch of white dudes? All that said, this topic is a lot more nuanced and complicated than social media would have you believe. Everything is fucking complicated. Sometimes Western TV shows and films that are adapted from foreign media get accused of whitewashing, like the Netflix adaptation of Death Note, for example. The original series takes place in Japan, but for this particular live action adaptation, it was moved to Seattle and many of the primary characters were played by white actors. This could be seen as another missed opportunity to cast people of color in a Hollywood film. Even if you wanted to set the movie in America, there are plenty of talented English-speaking Asian actors that could help bring authenticity to an originally Asian role. But it's clear that this adaptation was not intended to be a film specifically about Asian people, like, say, Crazy Rich Asians or Better Luck Tomorrow, which is a great movie, by the way, if you haven't seen it. It's supposed to be about American people in general, and I suppose they wanted the demographics of the film to represent that. Now, I'm not super familiar with Death Note, but it has been argued that the original is supposed to be specifically about Japanese people and culture. So an American remake kind of loses a lot of the context that inspires the story to begin with. But that's the whole idea behind a remake, isn't it? You use an existing narrative as inspiration for telling what amounts to a new story. Now, that new story might be very similar to the old one, but it's still a different vision and shouldn't necessarily be beholden to the themes of the original. This argument seems to imply that Western adaptations of foreign media that stars people of color must never be done. So no The Ring, no The Departed, no The Lake House. I didn't even know that last one was a remake until I started working on this video. Movie's kind of cheesy, but I like it. But is that really what we're arguing? It doesn't seem like that's what we're arguing, but I'm having trouble finding the line between what is and isn't acceptable to some people. Maybe the biggest recent kerfuffle related to this was Scarlett Johansson playing Major in 2017's Ghost in the Shell, which draws inspiration from several different sources in the Ghost in the Shell franchise, including the 1995 anime film and the TV series Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex, which, by the way, has an absolute banger of an opening theme. So yes, it's a remake, but it's a different creative vision. Like Death Note, the original Ghost in the Shell stories take place primarily in Japan, albeit a futuristic one, and the setting is largely inspired by a Hong Kong aesthetic. The 2017 version is a bit vaguer about the setting. The city in this movie features a more generic sci-fi look and a more racially diverse population. Now, as usual, I dropped the ball and didn't make a video about this movie when it was timely, and I'm not about to do it now when no one cares anymore. There are many arguments that you could make about whether this was bad or fine or whatever you might think about it. Again, I could have made a whole video about it. It's worth mentioning that people actually living in Japan had fewer problems with the casting of Scarlett Johansson. And even Mamoru Oshii, the director of the original anime film, gave Scarlett Johansson his blessing and praised her performance. But we should acknowledge the difference between Asian people living in Asia who are used to seeing themselves represented authentically and complexly in their own media, and Asian people who live in Western countries who are not so much. It's probably less of a big deal to occasionally see a white lady playing an Asian character if you still get to see people who look like you in every other movie. But that's not really the experience of most Asian people who live in Western countries. So again, I understand the complaints. So this inevitably leads to a follow-up question. What about when people of color play originally white characters? We're starting to see this a lot more these days with the increase of so-called colorblind casting, which is a term I'm almost positive was invented by white people. You also hear terms like non-traditional casting, which I guess people decided was a little more thoughtful. Outside of a specific racial context or theme in a movie, I would expect most casting to be colorblind. You would just pick the person that gave the best audition or whatever. I'm sure that's not what always happens, but that's what you would expect. So the only reason we'd even pay attention to the race of the actor is if they were chosen specifically because of their race, or if they were playing a character that you wouldn't expect to be their race. Like in the upcoming film The Batman, the characters Commissioner Gordon and Catwoman, who are usually depicted as white in the comics and most media for that matter, will be played by people of color. We've actually been seeing this a lot with comic book inspired movies in recent years. Jamie Foxx as Electro, Jurnee Smollett as Black Canary, and half the characters in Deadpool 2. Of course, there are examples in other genres as well, such as Kirby Howell-Baptiste playing Anita Darling in Cruella, or the more racially diverse cast of the 2014 adaptation of Annie. So the question is, if we care so much about preserving the original themes and essence of the source material, why shouldn't that work the other way around? If whitewashing is bad, then what about blackwashing or brownwashing? Actually, I don't think anyone actually says brownwashing, probably because it sounds kind of gross. I've heard many arguments in response to this, and honestly, not all of them are that compelling. For example, some people say that it's okay for a person of color to play an originally white character because it's rare that a character's whiteness is essential to the character. While on the other hand, it's quite common for a black or brown character's race or ethnicity to be a central part of that character's story. While I think that's true, I have a hunch that most people who make this argument would still have a problem if a white actor played an originally black character, even if that character's blackness was not essential to the story. In the George Romero horror classic Night of the Living Dead, the main protagonist, Ben, is a black dude. And while Romero would explore racial themes in the sequels, in this movie, there's really no attention drawn to the fact that he's black. I mean, there's this asshole white guy who butts heads with Ben throughout the movie, and you just know he's about to drop the N-word at some point, but he never does. Ben's blackness is of no real relevance to the story, or at least it wasn't intended to be. In fact, Romero has said that the reason the actor Dwayne Jones was chosen was simply because he gave the best audition. Kind of like what I was saying before. But even though his being black was not central to the story, a black actor, Tony Todd, the legend, was still cast to play Ben when they remade Night of the Living Dead in 1990. Can you imagine if they cast a white actor in that role? It just wouldn't be right, right? Now, in hindsight, the decision to cast a black actor in the lead role became historically significant, especially since that movie came out in 1968 when that kind of thing was rare. And it's hard to believe that Romero didn't understand the gravity of what he was doing at the time. Plus, it's not hard to think about race and racism when you're watching a movie about a black man trying to survive while surrounded by a bunch of hysterical white people. But even if none of that was true, we'd probably still be a little uncomfortable if they replace a black actor with a white one. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe it's impossible for a character's blackness to not be relevant, given the state of our society. This argument is also a little bit disingenuous when you think about it from the other direction. It might be rare, but certainly there are characters whose whiteness arguably is central to the story. Like recently, we've been seeing many white historical figures being played by people of color, like Jodie Turner-Smith as Anne Boleyn and like everybody in Hamilton. And I feel like it's hard to argue that a character's race or ethnicity is not central to who they are when they were literally a real person who existed. I guess the point is that the themes of these historical stories kind of transcend the people that they're about. But I mean, you could say that about the stories of people of color as well. I don't know, I just think it's a weird argument. For me, what it boils down to is the argument I've already made about representation. Just like Asian people in Asian countries, white people in the West have no shortage of authentic and complex representation. Casting people of color in traditionally white roles does nothing to take away from white representation. It's already all over the place. But on the flip side, casting a white actor to play a character that was originally black or brown steals away not only an opportunity for a person of color to get some work, but also for more diverse representation. And this matters because people of color are still struggling to see themselves represented complexly and authentically on the big and small screens. Now, we've made progress, don't get me wrong. It's better than it was back when Dwayne Jones was cast in Night of the Living Dead, but we still got a long way to go. That's just me though. What do you think? The Democratic Socialists of America, or DSA, is the largest socialist organization in the United States, with almost 100,000 members, the vast majority of whom joined in the last 7 years. Socialists continue to fight an uphill battle for relevance in America, but there's no doubt they've been having a moment for the past few years, almost certainly sparked by the sudden popularity of Senator Bernie Sanders, who I'll talk about later. The vast majority of DSA members, however, are straight, cis, white male millennials. It is decidedly white up in there. Now, not every American socialist is a member of DSA, but many people have made the argument that these lefties have a bit of a diversity problem. For some masochistic reason, I've decided to talk about that today. That's what this video is about. Hi, I'm T1J.
Follow me.
Growing up, my family mostly lived in urban, lower income, all black neighborhoods, also known as the hood. When I was a little kid, I just enjoyed life and played with my G.I. Joes or my NES, but over time, I realized that those video games I loved so much weren't pulled from thin air by my parents. They cost money. And although my parents worked very hard to give me and my siblings as comfortable a life as possible, I became acutely aware of the fact that my family didn't have all that much money compared to some other folks. And I wanted to figure out how to fix that, not only for myself and my family, but other people in the community. Trying to find a good job was a potential option. I could conceive of the possibility that not all black people were broke, but every adult in my community had traditional jobs, many of whom seemed very intelligent and hardworking. and they still mostly struggled and sacrificed. I was skeptical of that one off the jump. Now, when you're a young black boy in the hood and you're looking for black people to study and emulate who made better lives for themselves, you might recall that there's plenty of wealthy black rappers, singers, actors, comedians, athletes, and other celebrities. Some of those folks started out in the hood and found a way to get some white folks to give them a shit ton of money. And these folks weren't just living well, they were thriving and taking care of their families and communities and enjoying the finer things in life. As I grew older, I learned more about politics and the economy and government corruption and corporate greed, and I realized that it would take major systemic reform to even begin to tackle the problem of poverty in general, much less within the black community. Black people were never going to rap or slam dunk their way out of poverty. We can't all be Denzel or Jay-Z or Oprah, and we shouldn't have to be. Whether or not we get to keep our lights on should not depend on our ability to entertain white people. But the fact remained, that was pretty much the only solution to black poverty that I had ever seen work in real life. And that's honestly kind of still the case. Most tried and true methods of wealth production either require you to already have money, like investing or starting your own business, which is very difficult for most poor people, or they require you to have or be willing and able to develop a marketable skill that someone will pay you large amounts of money for, like being a great lawyer or athlete, which is very often expensive itself if you have to pay for education and training, and is arguably harder to pull off because it often requires a lot of good luck and being in the right place at the right time. You might be able to sing and dance just like Beyonce, but if your daddy works 2 jobs and your mama's old beat up car won't start, you might not make it to that important audition. The systems of building wealth in America are usually out of reach for poor and working class people, and often middle class people as well. And it's even more difficult for black people who are essentially starting from behind due to America's legacy of racism and oppression. And I think it's clear that's at least partially by design. Rich people have demonstrated over time that by and large, they like getting richer, but they can't get richer if everyone else is also getting richer. There are a lot of resources available, absolutely, but it is still a finite amount. And one of the most valuable resources that wealthy people have is political power, especially in America, which has legalized unlimited donations to organizations associated with political campaigns and literally bribing sitting legislators. All this is utilized to mold the laws of the land, which, among other awful things, ensures that most wealth continues to be funneled to the already wealthy. In my opinion, this is one of the most problematic aspects of capitalism, and anyone who wishes to preserve capitalism would need to provide a cogent solution to this. But this whole time, in the background, there were these little voices, little hands raising up in the back of the class. Well, if this system is so bad and causes so much inequality, why don't we do a different one? No one really took these voices too seriously, and depending on what era of history it was, saying shit like that could literally be considered treason. But with the advent of the internet and social media, these voices got louder and more organized. And as political corruption and the obvious failings of American capitalism kept being put on full display over and over again, these people started to sound a little more persuasive. If Twitter were any indication of the state of society, which it is not, thank God, you might think these people were now the majority. But yeah, maybe we do need to do something different. The rising popularity of Bernie Sanders should be remembered as a pivotal arc in American history, in my opinion. Bernie Sanders is a United States senator who is known for his long history of championing socially and economically progressive policies like single-payer healthcare, free college, and workplace democracy. He ran for president twice, and although he failed to secure the nomination both times, his unexpected popularity was remarkable and unprecedented. It's not that his views and positions are so groundbreaking. There have been plenty of American political figures with similar or more radical views, and a lot of Sanders' policy proposals have already been on the books in other countries for years. But Bernie Sanders somehow managed to craft an unambiguous, uncompromising platform of social democracy and make the people of the United States, as well as the mainstream media, take it seriously. I don't know that anyone else had done that before. Like, for example, in 2009, newly elected President Barack Obama was trying to garner support for the healthcare bill that quickly became known as Obamacare. The main point of the bill was to expand access to health insurance. It didn't make health insurance free. It didn't even really make it cheaper for most people. It just made it so that more people had it, which I think is still better than how it was before. That's just me though. Obama and his allies had a lot of trouble selling this to Congress, even to Democrats, and they were forced to make a lot of concessions, notably including the removal of a public health care option, which would have provided cheap, if not free healthcare for those having trouble paying for private health insurance, and could have potentially forced private companies to compete by lowering their own prices or providing higher quality healthcare. Fast forward a few years and we've got Bernie Sanders hoping to succeed Barack Obama, running for president as a Democrat. And this guy not only wants healthcare to be universally accessible, he says he's gonna make it completely free. Obamacare this ain't. And again, Bernie Sanders is not the first politician to propose free universal healthcare, but I think he's the first American politician to make people take it, as well as a host of other progressive policies, seriously in a big way. A whole video could be done examining exactly how he was able to do that, little out of the scope of this one though. But there's no question that Bernie Sanders captured the hearts and minds of American voters and was a serious candidate that had a real shot of securing the presidency. And even though he failed to do that, his popularity definitely forced the Democratic Party to rethink their whole brand. To the extent that the second time Bernie Sanders ran for president, a surprising number of his Democratic opponents supported some form of free healthcare. And in general, many observers, including myself, would say that the Democratic Party has undergone a leftward shift since Sanders' presidential bid. But let's not get crazy. There's still the same liberal capitalist Democrats we so adore. Another very interesting thing about Bernie Sanders is that he openly identifies as a democratic socialist, and he used that identification as part of his messaging while campaigning.
Well, we're going to win because first we're going to explain what democratic socialism is. And what democratic socialism is about is saying that it is immoral and wrong that the top 0.1% in this country own almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%.
There's debate about just how socialist his actual policy proposals are. Sanders supported large-scale reforms to the American economic system, but he never quite suggested dismantling its capitalist foundation. But as far as I know, this is consistent with the positions of many democratic socialists who believe we should take incremental steps towards socialism, starting with practical reforms of the current capitalistic system. Of course, some socialists don't agree with this, believing that capitalism is evil and should be destroyed immediately. A common American trope is our misunderstanding and demonization of socialism. To be fair, socialism is an incredibly complex concept that's made even more complex by the fact that a lot of people have adopted it as part of their personal identity, which inevitably adds a layer of subjectivity to its definition. But of course, a big part of American discomfort with socialism is a carryover from the Red Scare propaganda that was rampant during and immediately after the World Wars, and has arguably been reignited through America's tense relationship with China.
I take this case to the Supreme Court.
The state is the Supreme Court. Our decision is as follows. No more private property. No more you.
Americans are constantly told that all forms of socialism are evil and bad. We're never really quite told why. Evil is kind of just baked into the definition, kind of like fascism. We know it's bad even if we don't really know what it is. Either way, it's not something most American politicians want to be associated with. You could be the most neoliberal corporatist of all time, as a large amount of American politicians are, but if you say that the government should spend money on anything, you very well might be called a socialist, usually by Republicans. But Democrats have historically been just as hostile to the idea of socialism as Republicans are, most likely believing that it would alienate them from more moderate voters, and also because almost all of them are literally not socialists.
I'm not a socialist. I'm a mainstream Democrat, and I have been.
So Bernie Sanders proudly identifying as a socialist would seem to be political suicide. And let's be honest, maybe it did have something to do with why he ultimately failed to win the Democratic nomination. I recall the obnoxious discourse about electability. But it wasn't the huge blow to his esteem that you might expect given our political climate. Bernie Sanders made socialist less of a naughty word. Despite the almost fairy tale success of Bernie Sanders, there was one very notable and ongoing shortcoming that plagued him throughout both of his bids for president.
Throughout the campaign, Sanders struggled to match the support Clinton received from black voters.
The fact of the matter is Joe Biden beat Bernie Sanders by 40 points with African American voters.
The core of the question is about, as president, what would you do with the rise of white supremacist violence to protect our communities?
Absolutely. I know I date myself a little bit here, but I actually was at the March on Washington with Dr. King back in 1963.
This man used the "I have a black friend" defense about Martin Luther King Jr. The political left is often accused of participating in identity politics, which essentially describes political agendas that are mostly, if not fully, informed by a person's race, gender, sexuality, religion, or other identity group. The modern Democratic Party in America has largely embraced identity politics as a core part of its messaging, and these ideas are generally mainstream in progressive culture. Republicans kind of also engage in identity politics, except they do it in a more dog-whistly kind of way. However, a lot of people dislike identity politics for various reasons, another thing about which I could make an entire video. But one major assertion that some make is that identity politics misses the forest for the trees, that there are more fundamental problems that, once solved, may address many of the issues that seem specific to certain identities. Some people even go so far as to say that a focus on identity politics will lead to the entire collapse of society.
And so that's the fundamental danger of that group identity, victimizer, victim narrative, is that you fragment your identity in multiple dimensions. You'll find out that you're a victimizer, and then everyone's a criminal, and then everyone's guilty. That's exactly what happened in Russia.
And this is a frequent criticism of left-wing politics, but it's a criticism that also comes from within the left itself, and often from socialists like Bernie Sanders.
One of the struggles that you're going to be seeing in the Democratic Party is whether we go beyond identity politics.
Messages like this tend to be unappealing to politically engaged members of marginalized groups. It may feel as if they're being told that their concerns either aren't real or don't matter. And this was emphasized because almost every time Bernie Sanders talked about race, he found a way to change the subject.
And they are standing up today saying that we do not want young African Americans to be afraid about walking the streets, because they may get beaten up or murdered by police officers. But it goes beyond that. If you're looking at that generation today, those young people who are marching, my guess is 20–25% of them do not have jobs, because we're looking at massive unemployment today.
Yeah.
You're looking at young people who cannot afford to go to college or coming out of school deeply in debt. We're looking at 100 million Americans who have no health insurance today, despite the fact we pay the highest prices in the world for healthcare.
I talked a lot about Bernie Sanders, but this is a common aspect of socialist messaging across the board. You are quite frequently hard-pressed to hear detailed discussion about race and other identity issues unless somebody forces it into the conversation, and even then it's usually reframed through the lens of class. And socialists have been debating this for decades, by the way. This is by no means the first time the race issue has been raised, but it still seems to be a problem. Just ask the DSA. To some extent, this is to be expected. Socialism is at its core an economic theory, so you would imagine it would be economics focused. But when socialists describe their theory as being capable of solving social problems, which a lot of people would argue have causes and factors that are outside of the economic arena, I think that's where you lose a lot of people. And it's hard not to look at a movement that is so very white and not chalk this up to simply not understanding how racism works, because we already see white progressives do that shit all the time. This is actually a lesson I think socialists can learn by observing white progressives. Since black people disproportionately vote for Democrats and are black, I think a lot of people assume that the black community is super progressive and socially liberal, but you'd be surprised. According to a recent Pew poll, 68% of black American voters describe themselves as either moderate or conservative, a number that's stayed relatively the same for the past 20 years. Interestingly, the number of white voters who describe themselves as liberal has doubled in that amount of time. And I wonder if the influx of cringe performative white progressives who don't know what the fuck they're talking about is part of the reason that black folks explore other political ideologies. Socialists, this is your chance to not be cringe. One of Hillary Clinton's main attacks on Bernie Sanders in their battle for the Democratic nomination was the insinuation that he was a single-issue candidate. At a rally in Nevada, she told the crowd, "Not everything is about an economic theory, right? If we broke up the big banks tomorrow, would that end racism?" Rolling Stone called that the line that may have won her the nomination. Sure, it's a huge straw man and somewhat awkward coming from Clinton, who was fairly cozy with Wall Street bankers, something emails, but it does make a salient point that many socialists have trouble addressing in a compelling way.
It's really hard to I guess, present the kind of data and the kind of work that you're doing while simultaneously you're dealing with some of the most disgusting xenophobic and racist commentary and behavior from the right. So how do we overcome that to really share this message in a way that doesn't come across as dismissive of the, you know, lived experience of minorities in this country?
Yeah, $1 million question.
Now, inevitably, someone's going to read the title and then rattle off a list of prominent black socialists and black socialist movements. We can point out that many black leaders throughout history were socialists, like Martin Luther King Jr. probably, and W.E.B. Du Bois definitely, or how almost every socialist that's been elected to Congress has been a person of color. It's definitely true that racial movements are often informed by socialism. The Black Panther Party was a socialist organization, and critical race theory is heavily rooted in a socialist framework. And it's also true that the understanding of the intersection of capitalism and racism has evolved due in large part to black thinkers. In his pamphlet Toward a Socialist Theory of Racism, Cornel West, himself a black socialist, admits something that white socialists often fail to either notice or acknowledge, that although racist practices were shaped and appropriated by modern capitalism, racism itself predates capitalism. Racism is as much a product of the interaction of cultural ways of life as it is of modern capitalism, which is another way of saying that breaking up the banks won't end racism. West and many other socialists of his ilk believe, nonetheless, that although a socialist society will not necessarily eliminate racism, it's still the best framework for attempting to do so. I've also heard socialists argue that anti-racism is necessary for socialism to succeed in the first place, as the working class is unlikely to unite against class oppression if their identity-based oppression is being ignored. By the way, these two notions are kind of at odds with each other, right? Like, does abolishing capitalism come before or after diminishing racism? No group is a monolith, of course. People have different views, especially the left, which is known almost as much for its infighting as its actual political arguments. But there are, of course, black socialists, as well as socialists that acknowledge racism and other social issues as legitimate problems that won't immediately be solved by the formation of a socialist society. All that being said, regardless of what you believe, getting on board with socialism seems to at some point require a colorblind economic solidarity that may sound like a choice between, hey, let's work together on my thing first, and then only after that will we work on your thing. Or we'll help you with your problems, but only so you're freed up to help us solve the real problem. And black people have been dealing with Democrats paying lip service to racial issues while not doing a whole lot about it for decades. So a lot of us could be a little suspicious that we might once again be used as accessories for white people's goals. The point of this video is not really to analyze the merit of these types of philosophies, only to speculate about how they might sound to skeptical black folks, or perhaps people from other oppressed groups. Black people have watched white society, especially white men, thrive and experience this country from an advantaged position. So when an economic movement that mostly comprises white men tries to recruit and inspire black folks, it could come off sounding like, hey, we got to run the world for a long time, but it's okay now. We're ready to share. It's essentially a consolation prize. And maybe that's one of the things that needs to improve about socialist messaging in order to more effectively recruit black allies. If you ask Black America to describe the perfect utopia for themselves and their communities, I'm not so sure a lot of them are imagining sitting around the table, holding hands and sharing a juice box with white people who have silenced and subjugated them for the entirety of their history in this country. I don't think most black people want social or economic domination over other groups in the same way that white people have enjoyed, but I do think many black folks feel owed something from America. Do socialists generally support reparations for slavery? I'm not even really sure. Y'all can let me know. But I'm sure there's many viewpoints. Part of the argument for reparations is that it should eliminate the racial wealth gap caused by centuries of oppression, so it would seem like they would consider it unnecessary under socialism, because in theory there would be no wealth inequality. But socialists also like to talk about the value of labor, and another major argument for reparations is that it is a settling of a debt owed for unpaid labor. I do know that most black people support reparations. You could argue that in a society without economic inequality, people would no longer feel a need for something like reparations. But as I implied, I think it's about more than financial equality. Outside of that, I think a lot of black folks simply want an opportunity to flourish and prosper. We want to move on up to the east side and get our piece of the pie. We want our Wakanda. It's unclear whether socialism actually provides or even offers this. Now, American capitalism is pretty bad at this. I think a good number of people have figured that out by now. But as I said before, it's the only thing that we've seen do it at all. And ambitious black Americans react to this by supporting liberal policies that retain those opportunities while slowly chipping away at the barriers that make them hard to achieve, and or developing and sharing ideas about the best ways to overcome the system with the tools we have available. And I don't really think you could blame us for that. I think sometimes we get stuck in our discourse bubbles and forget that most people are just ordinary folks just trying to survive. People understand that our systems are broken, they're not stupid. But people also have a limited amount of extra time, energy, and resources. And unfortunately, the people who stand to benefit the most from an economic reconstruction are often the people who have the least of those things, which is again, at least partially by design. And this is probably a big reason why movements like this, like most things, are dominated by high-income white people. This isn't to say that black people hate socialism or are closed off to the idea of it. In fact, surveys have shown that black people on average are very open to the idea of socialism. But the same surveys show that a lot of black people still have a favorable impression of capitalism. So if socialists actually want black people to show up at their meetings or join their revolution, they might need to do a better job communicating their commitment to treating racial oppression as a top priority and not a side quest, while at the same time making a clearer case for how American socialism can compensate for the centuries of oppression and violence that has economically devastated the black community. I'm not sure if "you can sit with us now" is gonna be enough. That's just me though. What do you think?